whoever it was that determined who it is that must come to the PAC and speak, the order in which they should speak, who should speak first, who should speak next. And the whole idea in that is to ensure that the information that's coming to us flow so we have a better understanding of what is going on. But not to bring the man whose actions were the subject of the Auditor General's report was a mistake. The present CEO, Mr. Fitzgerald Mitchell, should have been brought there first and let him clarify all of what it was that the Auditor General was saying. It's all about him and his actions, after all. So now that they propose to fix the mistake by bringing Mr. Mitchell to the PAC to answer questions, I fully expect that Mr. Mitchell's responses are going to clarify a lot of the foolishness you hear talking in the PAC about buyback and the lies and misrepresentations that were sneaked into the record. We're going to hear the clarity, and a whole heap of egg will be on a whole heap of faces. That is what I expect going to take place in that PAC meeting. So I look forward to it, for sure. So come with me and let us now take a walk down memory lane and look at these 5 major lies and misrepresentations I have found coming out of the PAC. And please remember, tell me what you're thinking in the comment section.
I grew up in the projects. Keisha Lance Bottoms abandoned. When the city needed her, she left.
See. And please remember, tell me what you're thinking in the comment section.
To the second issue, Mr. Hosing, the absence of procurement documentation. At the last meeting, it was said that there were 3 incidents of flooding or water damage, which would have affected these documents. I've seen the response. What the response doesn't tell me, though, is whether the actual incidents which took place in October 2020, March 2022, and October 2025, whether those 3 flooding actually destroyed documents, damaged documents, or prevented the management from having access to the procurement documents.
Mr. Chair, based on our investigation, there was some damage. However, there was no destruction of any files. There was some damage. However, there was no destruction of any files.
All right. So, in essence, then, while there would have been damage would not have prevented you from having access to the file, even if the file got wet. So, the flooding could not explain the absence of the files then.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
For clarity, let me point out to you, my listeners, that at no time did Mr. Buckridge, who is the director of procurement at the UHWI, at no time did he say, when he was asked the question, that the files were damaged or destroyed, and that's why they were not found. Let me let you listen to what he said, and you tell me how did Julian come to the conclusion that he was saying that that was the reason why they can't find the file. That was not what he was saying. So we're now going back to the previous meeting, the first meeting that was held March 31, 2026. And what you will be witnessing is the chairman, Julian Robinson, just not paying attention to what is being said. And then you're going to see a priceless reaction by the Auditor General when she clearly realized that the chairman was inaccurate in his summing up of what it was that Mr. Buckridge had said. Oh, by the way, did everyone give the video a thumbs up? Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead. Give the video a thumbs up from now on. And of course, I thank you. Let us listen.
All right, I'm going to key finding 3, which must be the most egregious of them. So somebody have helped me explain this one. The absence of procurement documentation. The University Hospital of the West Indies could not provide procurement documentation for 51 contracts. However, since then, 28 files valued at 269 million have been found, which means that we can find 22 and 1 is incomplete. So, and that the 22 that can be found is 246 million, and one incomplete is 18 million. So again, just explain to us as a committee, when a procurement is completed, what is the process to put that document, whether it's physical storage, online on a server? Just explain that process to me. Because this, well, I'm starting with the acting CEO and you can delegate. But this one to me is the worst one. That you just can't find documents. Even after the Auditor General has been in, you have found about half of them. And obviously you've been looking for the rest and you can't find them. So help us, Mr. Hosing.
The member asked where were they. When I took up the position, I insisted that they must find them. And they were able to locate the 28, and then after submitting those 28, they found one more, make it 29. They have so far been unable to locate anymore. They were in storage in a story room, but it was never provided to the auditors. When they came, even after requesting it, they did not provide it to them.
Let me butt in for a minute. 29 of the documents that were reported as missing were eventually found. And where it was that the acting CEO said that they were found in the storage room. Please make a note of that. Very important.
They were in storage in a story room, but it was never provided to the auditors. When they came, even after requesting it, they did not provide it to them. But I insisted that they should. I don't think there was, I wasn't there, so I can't tell you whether it was resistance or what, member. It could have been, lack of diligence and searching and insistence, but they were able to locate some. The search continues, but it is so far not proven any further success other than the 29.
So what is the standard operating procedure? I love this term. For when a procurement is complete, where those documents should be stored, clearly for audit purposes, for both internal and your external auditor, you have to keep your documentation, where those documents should be held, etc. What is that procedure?
I'll ask Mr. Buckley just to share with the
Yes.
meeting. Yeah.
Turn on back your mic.
Yes, Chair. The standard operating procedure is that each document procurement activity is filed in a file folder and placed in a hard binder and then transferred to a storage area where it can be retrieved. Upon my return to the unit, upon my return to the unit, I realized that this practice wasn't being followed, hence the reason why these files could not be located.
You got the understanding of what Mr. Buckridge was saying? Let me repeat. The standard operating procedure, that is what they usually do. That is what they're required to do up to that point, and that is what they were doing up to the point when he was there. He said the standard operating procedure is that each document, procurement activity, so every time they enter into a procurement activity, that document is filed in a file folder. So it goes into a file folder first. And then after that, it is placed in a hard binder. What does he mean by that? What is a hard binder?
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us.
Placed in a hard binder. What does he mean by that? What is a hard binder? This is an example of a hard binder, except this appears to be plastic. Now, when he said that this is standard operating procedure, I'm not joking. As I was reading this to you, I racked my brain and remember the filing system at the titles office. I don't know what happens on the inside, but certainly You have the title when you go and ask to see a copy of a title. They bring the copy and you sit down and you view it. Now, the older titles, you may find them in a binder. It's a hardcover paper type binder with like leather or some kind of cloth over it, and it has the writing on the side, which is the volume and folios that are included in sequential order. So the titles, all the titles are stored in this binder system. And then these binders are stored in the storage area on racks or stacks, whether made of metal or wood. And that is how the filing system works. Listen carefully to what he had said. Listen carefully.
So where would those files have been?
Those files should have been in a storage area.
Those files should have been in the storage area. Should have been. Reading between the lines, what he's saying is that all procurement files are supposed to be stored in a storage area. That they made a search of a storage area and didn't find these particular files. And then he sought to give an explanation as to the reason why they may not have been put in the storage area. And you have to listen carefully. Listen carefully.
Those files should have been in a storage area. My understanding is that that area was flooded at least twice or three times based on heavy rainfall. That was my understanding.
So which files are they talking about? The 22 files that are missing. They were supposed to have been in the storage area with all the other documents. Why were they not in the storage area? What the director is saying is that there was a flooding. So all other documents that were supposed to have been filed in the storage area, them stopped storing them in there and started to store them elsewhere. They did not have apparently a set place to store them. And so the files apparently are all over the place. They were able to find some, and those particular files them can't find. I don't know if I can help them out with that information, but usually in these government departments, you have a chain. The files go on this desk and then they move to the next desk and so on until it ends up with the last person. They need to go check that final person who handles those files and ask them where they put them. Either that employee is no longer with them or them is there but not remember where they put them, or somebody else saw these files and take them up and put them somewhere else. But chances are if they found some, the rest of them are there, then just have to go and look them soon find them, hopefully. So that is my understanding of what he was saying. He was not saying that the 22 files were damaged or that the 22 files were wet in the flooding. He was merely explaining the reason why the documents were not filed with the others. That's all he was saying. How Julia and him jumped to the conclusion and started to create excitement, I don't know. But it is priceless to see the Auditor General's expression when the camera finally panned round to her as he was carrying on. It would seem like us that she totally understood what the young man was saying and realized that the chairman clearly never got it.
My understanding is that that area was flooded at least twice or three times based on heavy rainfall. That was my understanding.
Can you be more specific? Was that what were the dates of? So let me tell you, you know why this one is more serious? We don't know whether you're not even in a position to make an assessment. And I don't want to conclude that it is deliberate, because I don't know. But given everything that we have seen, you could infer that. But to say there were 3 cases of flooding, when were those 3 cases of flooding? Because it's the first time we're hearing that. I don't know if that was shared with the Auditor General's department. And if you are storing files in a place that flood out easy, you know, move it somewhere else?
Lord have mercy. What would you did say again?
My mama, why? My belly.
Now, when I saw the Auditor General's expression, I brought it up because it appears as though she's the only one in the room who was listening carefully to what Mr. Buckridge was saying, and it appears she understood him clearly. And I say so because there was another instance where he was saying something, again Julian misinterpreted what he said and she had to correct him. But I want to bring it up later. The CEO, acting CEO, having explained to the meeting of the PAC that when the storeroom where the files were kept flooded, no files were destroyed. That's what he said. Them just can't find them yet. Having explained that, listen to what the man that RT boss him Obia. Listen to the man that RT boss him was paid to Obia, and what his remarks were pertaining to these files that could not be found. Directly after the acting CEO said no files were damaged, they just can't find them.
So the market has a clock?
So the Realtor.com market clock tracks data like inventory, time on market.
The CEO said no files were damaged. They just can't find them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, with reference to these physical paper documents that were damaged or lost in successive floodings.
You heard that? That is the rice boss, Peter Bunting. The man that RT boss. The man that RT boss and get paid for Obia. Clearly the Obia look like it'll work on him. Because here is he repeating something, a narrative that the UHWI disproved in a meeting inside of the parliament that is supposed to be about ferreting out the truth. And he is talking about the physical paper documents that were damaged or lost in successive floodings. Which part him hear that? And the chairman sit down there and allow it. He allowed it because apparently the holding of this hearing in the parliament, the PAC, is not to ferret out the truth. Is to parrot a narrative, a propaganda narrative. And who is it hurting? The minister? No, the minister does not have that kind of oversight of the UHWI, right? He has 8 people that he appoints, and the University of the West Indies has 10 persons on that board, right? So it is the university hospital staff that they are scandalizing in this disgraceful way, bullying these people because they know they can't answer them back. That is not what people put you there for. You're in the PAC, you're the chairman of the PAC, you're members of the PAC. Get at the truth for the public interest. But that is not what's going on here. Peter Bunting would have heard what the CEO said because he summarized it and referred to the documents as physical paper documents. And then he went on to say that they were damaged, right, or lost in successive floodings, when that is totally the opposite of what was said in the PAC. So these risers are doing nothing more than using the PAC as a vehicle to spread propaganda and lies. And I'm going to be pointing out some more of what they've been saying. And I'll wait when I reach the bogus maths. Now I invite you to listen very carefully to what this idiot is saying. You think it's smart,
It seems, I seem to recall that even prior to GOJEP's implementation, University Hospital of the West Indies had spent over 500 million Jamaican dollars on a hospital information management system. This was, I can't remember the exact year, but this would have been before GOJEP was introduced, early 2020s. Is it that that system never worked? It wasn't successfully implemented? What happened? Why wouldn't we be able to recover a lot of this procurement documentation from that hospital information management system, which would have preceded GoJet?
HIMSS, as it is called, is actually a system that is for clinical services. It is not for, it does not include procurement or anything to do with procurement. Procurement is separate from HIMSS.
So that is, don't release your mic because, all right, so that is what, patient records and patient information?
Yes.
And billing
that's
as well.
Prescriptions, assessments, determination, what happened to a patient, the billings and so on. Is
So
supposed to
all
be
the
done.
patient-related records are captured in that system currently,
Yes.
but it was never intended to cover the administrative side.
No, not at this time, and we don't know if it's intended to do that. Procurement is separately under GoJet and not HIMSS.
Okay, so separately from the patient management side, everything, the rest of the administrative system at the UN currently is a paper-based system.
No, we have other systems, like we have one named Great Plains and for accounting and so on, which will then work with HIMSS in terms of the receipting and the accounting for the funds that have been collected from patients. As you know, we are a fee-paying hospital.
So can I just intervene? So if I went to the university now and I saw a record on patient John Brown, you would be able to electronically indicate the history of his ailments, prescriptions, how much he paid, what is outstanding. All of that would be in this electronic system?
Yes.
Okay.
It should be, and it is still being worked on and improved as we speak.
Are we running both manual and electronic at the same time, or are we fully electronic for patient records?
There's both at this time. Like, for instance, prescriptions, we are still trying to ensure that the prescription system aspect of it is working properly. So doctors are still writing prescriptions, manual, paper prescription.
I know, but something like that, for example, if a prescription is written for John Brown, the patient, is that uploaded to his electronic file so that that record is there?
Information will be there on the system.
So when the members of parliament heard about this electronic system that they implemented for patient records and uploading a prescription, you heard how they responded? Wow, you heard that in the background? Wow, yes, man. But the man that RT boss him was paid to Obia. He was not bringing that information to the PAC in order to get that wow out of the other MPs. He brought information, an information that him obviously had never check out, or he know very well that it never intended to be used in the way in which he want for procurement. But him knows that this acting CEO knew, so him look like him a try to take advantage of him by bringing up something, mentioning the $500 million that was used to implement the system, and trying to give the impression that it was intended for procurement, and somehow them have this paper system and the files them are wet up in a flooding. That was what he wanted recorded in the minutes of the parliament.
Bless up, Trav.
And it backfired in his face.
The 3-in-1 that actually turns him on. My boyfriend used to get so nervous with me in the bedroom. He couldn't get hard no matter what I tried.
Backfiring in his face. The MPs were so impressed by what they heard. They said, wow.
I would say, I don't want to use the word buyback. It is that we paid for the items after they were imported using our tax exempt status.
I know, but it's the same thing we're saying.
I know, but I wouldn't want to use
Well,
the
I
I'm
know,
not
you
sure.
don't want to use the terms.
So this is line number 2. Despite the fact that the acting CEO explained to the committee the truth, this is not a buyback. What they did was to import the items and pay for it after. What did the chairman say? I know. But that is what we call it, because they have a political reason why they want it to be called this way. Was that it? The parliament is being used to score cheap political points and spread propaganda? Is that the reason why you want to call it a buyback, even when you were told that it was not? And what is the university hospital supposed to be buying back? Did they sell anything to the companies? So how them buying it back? You imagine you were appointed to be the chairman of this committee of parliament, and you're being corrected by the acting CEO, and your argument is, I know you wouldn't want to use that term. Can you imagine? This is a chairman of the PAC, and I don't believe it. This is not the first time he has chaired it. PAC, and he's not displaying
Well, listen, guys, I'll be there in a minute.
Of what his role is in this thing. The thing is to ferret out truth, not to sit down in the parliament talking about buyback when you know it's not no damn buyback, and then go talk about that the CEO don't want to call it that. You want to call it that? Why? Why you want to call it that? But if you think that that is the worst of it, listen to this. It was an exchange again between the chairman and the director, Mr. Buckridge. They had reached the subject of GoJEP and why it is that the UHWI was not uploading the procurement documentation to the site as they should. And despite the fact that the young man explained it twice, the chairman misinterpreted what he was saying, and the AG intervened. She was there. And if you listen to how him style her when she had corrected him, he clearly did not appreciate her intervention because it messed up what it was that he wanted to be read into the record. Lie number 3. So we're going to hear now the young man from the Ministry of Finance explain the GoJEP system. Then we're going to listen to the exchange between Mr. Buckridge, the chairman, and the Auditor General.
So there's a mandatory requirement for using the GoJEP platform for anything above 1.5 million Jamaican dollars. For amounts below that, you are encouraged to use it, but it's not mandatory. But for anything above 1.5 million Jamaican dollars, there's a requirement for the system to be used.
So that's even crazier because that means the University of the West Indies were purchasing stuff for below $1.5 million. Am I understanding correctly?
Well, the question I would ask is where the 10 million figure came from that you decided you'd use 10 million and above, given that the government's requirement is 1.5 million.
Right.
So where did that figure come from? Somebody just pull it out of the air? Or no, let me just ask, because maybe there's some rationale for the 10 million figure.
Okay, the rationale for the 10 million, it was an internal decision because of the training, the department.
So the department made a decision. Was that sanctioned by the board or anybody?
To my understanding, at the time, it was mandated. 5 organizations, if I could remember, were doing the pilot project with GoJEP. So we at the time. It was still a pilot project, but we at the time feel that we, in terms of learning the system, so when everything come on mainstream, the department would be of faith without to monitor the system, and that is how that 10 million came into being.
So basically a decision was taken to circumvent the system. I mean, that's what it is.
Now, what part of what the young man just said a while ago gave any impression that UHWI was trying to circumvent the system? He is the director of procurement, and he was asked the question why it is that the procurement department was not uploading the procurement documentation. Once you're buying something over 1.5 million, it's supposed to be uploaded to the system. Why weren't you doing it? And he explained. And then they asked him, where you get this $10 million from? Why are you using 10 millions when the government says 1.5? And his explanation was this. When they were invited to training in 2021, because they said it's from 2021, they've been using the system. They were invited to training in how to use the GoJet system. At the time when they were training, there were 5 entities that were in a pilot project to test the system, just to make sure there are no flaws, so that when everybody go on board, the whole thing don't crash. Sometime after the training was over, the UHWI took a decision pertaining to GoJet. They decided to voluntarily go on the system because they wanted to learn. So by the time it is implemented, now they're ready. So then they started to upload some of their procurement requirements to the GoJet website. They didn't have to. They took the decision internally to say, okay, everything above $10 million, we're going to upload. And that never changed from that time. Now, how did the chairman came to the conclusion that they were trying to circumvent the system based upon what he was saying?
Burt Jones is everything I hate about politics. He's had 14 years. What's he done? My taxes are still too high.
My property taxes keep going up.
But yet upon what he was saying. Listen to the director again and then watch what happened after.
I understand it. At the time, it was mandated. 5 organizations, if I could remember, were doing the pilot project with GoJet. So we at the time,
Go ahead, boss.
it was still a pilot project, but we at the time feel that we, in terms of learning the system, so when everything come on mainstream, the department would be of faith without to monitor the system, and that is how that 10 million came into being.
So basically a decision was taken to circumvent the system. I mean, that's what it is, because no, but you can't tell me no if it's only 20 out of 800 transactions were uploaded.
Is the Auditor General that him I talk to, you know? And the Auditor General that I correct him, the misinformation him I put in the record. And you hear what I'm saying? Listen again.
So basically a decision was taken to circumvent the system. I mean, that's what it is, because no, but you can't tell me no if it's only 20 out of 800 transactions were uploaded. Well, help me, Auditor General, if I'm wrong.
All right, so my understanding, Mr. Chairman, as the procurement director said, in 2021, they were invited to participate in the training for the GoJet, how to use the system. The circular did not come into being until 2023, but the requirement, the mandatory upload of all procurement came in 2023. So in 2021, the UHWI participated in the training and they took the initiative. They were not required to upload to GoJet. They took the initiative to upload and so that they would start with procurements at $10 million and above. What they failed to do was actually in 2023, and I can't speak about their knowledge of the circular, but I know that they received training at some point in time in terms of how to use the system. They never went back and adjusted the policy that they had implemented. So they never transitioned from the pilot into and to regularize the adoption of the requirements of the ministry.
I hear you.
But I think they were doing it ad hoc. That's what we saw. They were just doing it ad hoc because they did not embed it in their control and governance process, which is what needs to be done.
That is correct.
So at length and at last, we come to line number 4. And what amazes me most about line number 4 is the fact that you have so many persons that were present in the chamber of the parliament, and nobody seemed to have recognized that what was being said was not true. And even when the chairman got it right, that the prices that were quoted were 3-4 times what it was that they purchased it for, he allowed himself to be persuaded that it was 10 times, tenfold, right? So we're going to do a little maths, but before we do the little maths, and we're going to look to see what words mean, because, you know, and everybody bright, me not bright. Maybe I can help myself. But you have some people not right at all. They may use words and don't know what they mean, or they know damn well what the words mean, and decide to throw it out, hoping that nobody else would challenge them on it. And that's precisely what happened. Despite the fact that you have government representatives, you had the UHWI, all these bright people, procurement, you have the finance, you have the CEO acting, you have the permanent secretary. Nobody noticed that what was being said in the chamber of the parliament, for the record, was not true.
Page 10 of the actual Auditor General 72-page report. And there are a couple of things that I want clarity on. And this is as it relates to private company 3. And it is also related to private company 4, because I see permeating through this misuse of the tax exempt. I want to understand a buyback, right? There is this buying back. So you give them the tax exempt, and then they went and procured or brought the stuff in, and then we are buying it back. Well, not we, the Universal Hospital is buying it back, sometimes tenfold. So, for example, waste bins for private companies, 4. It says here was valued at 6.6 million. The company saved 3 million by virtue of the tax exemption, so they paid roughly 3.6. But then the hospital bought back that from private companies
$13
for 11 million.
The new Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra for $0. No trade-in needed. At Chamberlain University, we know that leaders rise to and camaraderie.
That's why I pick up here for 3.
Private company for 11 million.
This is line number 4, perhaps the biggest one of them all. That the UHWI paid for the waste bins tenfolds of $6.6 million, which he called a value. It was not the value. The $6.6 million was the CIF landing price. So in order to debunk this particular lie, we're going to have to look at what the words tenfold means. So what the word tenfold means, it says, tenfold means 10 times as much, 10 times as many or as large in quantity, degree, or size. It indicates 10 times increase. Usage examples include traffic grew tenfold or a tenfold increase in profit. So let us look at the practical use now of the word tenfold in mathematical terms. So the big lie that was allowed to be read into the record of the PAC claimed that private company 4 imported waste bins for $3.6 million. That's the first lie. The Auditor General's report clearly stated that the price for the bins when it landed in Jamaica was $6.6 million CIF. That was the price, right? Now, he went on to claim, the member, Christopher Brown, that the UHWI had bought back these bins tenfold, right? What was not established by the imbecile making these unfounded claims was at what point did the UHWI sold the bins to private company 4 in the first place, that they are now buying it back. That was not established. The second claim that he made was that the UHWI paid tenfold the price for the bins that the private company bought for $3.6 million. 10 times, right? That would mean that the UHWI had paid $36 million for the 40 bins. A damn lie. UHWI paid $11 million, not $36 million. And it is incredible to me that all of them people sit down in the parliament chamber fail to recognize that this idiot was talking so foolishness. None of them. The Labour Party members never recognized it. The UHWI representatives sit down there looking out in space. They never recognized it. If the Auditor General recognized it, she only smiled. She not said nothing because she's not really supposed to be participating like that. It is the members of the PAC, the MPs, who are supposed to be participating in the meeting in that way. And it looked like the Labour Party people ended asleep, not paying attention at all. And all the risers were doing was just running rings around them and them not paying attention. None at all. So hopefully now this information get out to them. And them start to pay more attention to what them risers are doing in the PAC. Where is Everald Warmington? Every single committee in the parliament needs to have Everald Warmington inside here. This constant and everlasting chatting you're hearing in the background and nobody not listening. Nobody's paying attention to what is being said. And the PAC now turned into a joke that is not even funny. A den of lies is what the PAC turned into. We can't rely on anything that is being said in there to be the truth. And nobody not in there paying attention to correct the record and ensure that what is read in the record is the truth. That part of Christopher Brown's comments must be removed from the record of the PAC. Removed, because it is not true. So I want to see who is it that is going to go into the parliament and ask for the record to be corrected. These lies are being read into the record of the PAC for a reason. They want to now be able to go on the political platform and tell the Jamaican people that the UHWI is buying back bins 10 times more than what the company paid for it. They're going to be calling it corruption and claims there's a minister that is responsible for it. That is what this is all about. When not so. Using this essential parliamentary committee to play politics. At 3.13 of the Auditor General's report into the UHWI scandal, it says, in addition, UHWI procured 40 waste bins from private company 4 with a CIF value of $6.6 million.
Your upgrade is ready, Miss Langley.
Thank you so much.
After 50, the gym can be tough on your body. Tai Chi walking builds balance, control, and steady energy without stress.
$6.6 million. What does that mean? It means the cost of the goods, the insurance, and the freight was included in the price. That's what that means. And when it landed in Jamaica, that was what the customs duty and the GCT would have been charged on. And we learned from the Auditor General that the duty and GCT totaled $2.9 million. The report went on to say that the transaction received a customs duty waiver of approximately $3 million. However, UHWI paid the private supplier $11 million plus additional costs for the said waste bins. The additional costs would have been wharfage and other charges that would have been applied to the goods coming in at the ports. There is no evidence that UHWI used the competitive procurement process. Now, in this report from the Auditor General's department, did you hear anything about the university selling anything to them and buying it back? So where did Dunce Risers get this idea from about buyback? Can you imagine where we would be today if the people were stupid enough to run the country? A simple, straightforward business transaction, and them have a difficulty understanding that. What the hell them can understand? Well, since the lie was already read into the Parliament's record, it now obliges us to do the maths. How much profit the private company made on the transaction, and whether or not UHWI paid 10 times for the bins. The first thing we want to know is how much profit did the private company 4 make on the transaction. And to know that, you have to minus the $11 million that UHWI paid from the $6.6 million that the private company had paid for the bins when it landed in Jamaica. So they made a profit of $4.4 million. How much that now is in percentage? The private company made 67% profit on the transaction. What it means is that the UHWI never paid tenfold the price. What they paid was 1.67 times the price that the private company paid for the goods. That's a little over 1.5 times the price. Nowhere near the 10 times that they were claiming in the PAC. I don't know where them beer face people come from. On the television, to we face, and I tell we lie. Them clearly neither have pride, and them certainly don't have no shame. They should be ashamed of themselves to be out there telling a lie, but them not have no shame. And them don't have no shame because they don't have any damn integrity. Taking them cue, no doubt, from those two capitalist capturers of the PMP, the FinSat bosses, and then them take them cue from. And in the process, I make themselves into a damn jackass before the entire country. Anyway, folks, that's it for me today. If you find the information that I've given you interesting, informative, and you've learned something from it, I'm going to ask you please to give the video a thumbs up, share the video, and subscribe if you have not yet done so. And of course, feel free to leave your comments in the comments section, Martin.
As usual, of course, we learned something from it. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, good evening, good evening. I first had a business today. You know, so today, since evening, not too long ago, I respect all creators and TikTok, but since evening, about an hour ago, I had to report a post from somebody on TikTok. I must say somebody created a AI-generated image entitled Oil Crisis in Jamaica. They pick a picture of people running to the pump and all of that. And that is posted on them social media page. And how much are we there so far? 74 are we? May I urge you, if you come across that video there, that picture there, go and report it. What somebody hope to achieve by posting a picture on social media that Jamaica have an oil crisis. We don't have no crisis with oil. We don't have no crisis with oil. Yes, there's a war in the Middle East that will eventually affect our supply. But advertising that there's an oil crisis in Jamaica, you pose a threat of public endangerment when you do that. You're endangering the public. And if any of you come back, I never go tell you the page right there, because I don't want everybody to go look and then him target views and all of that. But if you come across it, public mischief, grandson. If you come across it, please to report it and have it removed. Please to report it and have it removed off TikTok. I mean, what some people, what is the end game? What is the end game for some people when it comes to Jamaica? What is the end game? My end game is at the end of this all to have a better Jamaica. To leave a better Jamaica for my children to inherit than the one I did. That is my end game. My end game is not to laugh over the destruction of my country. My end game is for a better Jamaica. The thing with me is that I believe that the Jamaica Labour Party is better suited to deliver that outcome that I want. That is what I believe. Now, there are other people who believe otherwise. And that is where the debate comes in. Who can do what, who will do what, who have done what. Right? That is where the debate comes in. And now, you have people who agenda on social media seems to be total and utter destruction. Because it's the only way somebody who claims that them is a Jamaican, who claims that they love the country, could have then set out to post that there is a crisis that doesn't exist, a crisis that have the potential to send people in a frenzy, and people will end up getting hurt because of it. Is the drive for power, this bad with some people? Is a party that is a proven failure? That is it, Skyfall. Is a party that is a proven failure when given the reins of power. A proven failure when given the reins of power. What them end game? I said it time and time again that it is easier for them to rule the ashes than the high rise. And that is the best.
Father Chuck, afternoon. You said something just now that it's a really serious matter, and I don't want you to treat it lightly. And I want your listeners to really take the plea you're making serious. That if we see this post going around, we should report it. Because I'll tell you this. In 2021, when rumors were circulating about the colonial pipeline in the United States of America, people were hoarding fuel. People are storing fuel in a plastic bag, garbage containers. And there's one picture or video that went out with a kiddie pool in the back of a pickup truck with what seemed to be gasoline being stored in it in order to hoard gasoline because people never want to run out. And when you have these misinformation that is geared at stirring panic, it will cause more harm than good.
It will cause more harm than good.
Because we already expecting a shortage and people are being advised to conserve. And then something like this go out and everybody start rush and I buy gasoline and I put it in unsafe containers. Containers that cause the gas to waste. It only put a bigger strain on the system.
Right. And it have the potential if you got to your yard, the fumes get out and any little spark.
Explosion.
Can cause entire communities to go up in flames. Like just a house, entire communities. So I have to ask the person, Travi, what is your end game? What the end game? Is it that you hate the country so much? If you hate it so much, I am going to give me here. Winston said this last night, and I go say it again. And I go use Michael Mann, the words of 1976. Back in 1976, there was 5 flights a day out of Jamaica heading to Miami. And Michael encouraged if you don't like Wagwan, leave. Today, that 5 flights has been about 10 times the amount I now travel. About 10 times. There are about 50 flights a day heading out of Jamaica, going to various places, and not Miami alone. About 50 flights a day heading out to various places. If we don't like...
And we are willing to give free tickets to Cuba for those who like that type of thing.
Then just want a canoe. No ticket for go, sir. You want a canoe. If you don't like what is happening in the country, just leave. But the problem is that most of them who are doing these things are not in the country. So the person where make that post there, He's not in Jamaica. So guess what? When there's a rush and an unwarranted rush on gas station, when there's a hoarding of these fuel, whenever the calamity happens, he won't be here. He's not here. He will not be able to suffer the consequences of his action. Again, I ask, what is the end game? What is the end result? One hope to achieve in the end. Leadership is attained through the polls. There's an election due every 5 years. We go to the poll and the majority wins. If you don't have the majority this time, you wait around until the majority come your way. As a supporter of the Jamaica Labour Party, I sat through the last of 4 general election, 4 of them. There was never any call to arms. There was never Edward Siaga on any TV calling anybody criminal. No. It never happened. We went to the polls in November in one of the most polarizing political campaigns since 1976. The Jamaica Labour Party come out on top. Yes, we need people to challenge the government. Yes, the government needs to be challenged and to be kept on their toes. That's what we need people to do. But to be trying to cause agitation in the society, putting people's life at risk, what is the outcome you hope to achieve? You can't get into power that way there. If people run down the gas station, go hold up the gas and store it in an unsafe container and later on it bursts out into flame, and it's not going to change the government. The government will be in place. What you're going to have is a whole heap of Jamaicans that are going to be hurt. September, thank you, Marlo, thank you. That gonna be hurt. That won't send anybody to the polls. So is the end result that you don't want as much Jamaica to suffer as you can, so you can point them and say, look, them a suffer? That's the end result? That just that you don't want? You don't want people to be dying in the streets of Jamaica so you can point them and say, look there. I've never seen any this particular person that put up this post. And again, me not call him name. I have never
name, Chuck. Don't call their names. Don't call them names.
No, but me not call them names.
But we want for people to take this issue very seriously. Go ahead and continue.
If you see that post going around, do not comment on it. Just report it. I already report it, and I don't report things and TikTok because everybody have a right to post anyone. But I believe this one was taking it too far. What the end result? What one hope to achieve at the end of this? I have never seen that particular person posted the picture of a new hospital that is being built, of something that open, of anything positive. But you find way to generate video or image that is trying to invoke riot in a Jamaica. And remember, he's not living in Jamaica. So he won't be a part of the consequences of his action. He won't be a part of it. He must suffer the consequences. He won't be a part of it.
So how do that?
Again, Paul, I will not call the gentleman's name.
Yeah.
I don't want to send anybody over to his page. All I'm saying, if anybody come across it, report it.
A 3-person have in mind.
But keep them in mind. Keep them in mind, Paul, and if you see it, you report it. Keep them in mind, and if you see it, report it. That's all we are asking people to do. Me not send nobody in search of it. When everybody go search, it's gonna become #1 in the search engine, and it'll go Ghana. If you come across it, report the post and have it removed. Report it and have it. That's all I'm asking. If you come across it, report it. If you come across it, just report it. That's all we're asking. Right? It can be that you sit down every day, you turn and you discuss Jamaican, and when it become time, you do something like this. I have all the things people do in the name of politics. And that's why sometimes you have to just cut away from some people, because you realize that as much as them preach, they don't mean what them are preach. They don't mean what they're preaching. So that I'm asking, guys. If you don't come across it, just report it. It don't make sense. That there is no good outcome to posting something like that on social media, knowing that the power that social media have with people today. Me see it man say they go run. People catch a fight in a gas station catch a fire. Thousands of people, hundreds of people lost to property, lost to life. And then what not go do? Turn on the social media and say, oh, look there, government. No, I never government kasi. It's the lie we uno tell. It's the confusion.
I don't know if for you it does, but for me, this confirm and constitute that there's a love of party and not a love of country in this person. So in all of their protestations, it's simply for party benefit and party gain and nothing else.
That was never in question for me. I've known that they love them party more than the country. 100%. I never in doubt for me.
Saying this is no love at all.
No love at all.
No love at all for country.
No love at all for country. Right? No love at all. And again, I have sat and I have suffered through the loss of 4 general elections and the part at the Jamaica Labour Party. 4 we lose. We lose 1989, we lose 1993, we lose 1997, and we lose 2002. 4 general elections that we lose. I don't ever recall Edward Seaga going on the platform and calling anybody a criminal or declaring say them no win or declaring say we could have do this or we could have do that. No.
No agitation in terms of violence.
None whatsoever. Election call, we win, the loser concede, and we move on to govern. In 2007, as bad as we might think she was in 2007, Portia lost by a small, Portia lost by what? 2 seats. 2 seats. We had a transfer of power easily. In 2016, she lost by 1 seat. We had a peaceful transfer of power. But since 2020, and I don't know if somebody can refresh my memory of what happened in 2020. Since 2020, I am worried about our democracy. Really, something happened in 2020 that changed.
You mean away from COVID?
Not COVID. Not COVID.
Leadership of the PNP changed.
That is the job. The leadership of the PNP changed. And somebody who is hungry for power. Hungry for power. They don't want, Mark Golding does not seek leadership. Mark Golding seeks power. And there's a difference between person seeking leadership and somebody seeking power. Mark Golding does not seek leadership, he seeks power. Hail Cornerstone.
I say there's a white Taurus among us that is divided us from each other.
The video you play, the video you play is a serious matter that we need to discuss.
Yes,
you know, having having read the reports concerning the incident I mentioned that took place in 2021, when the colonial pipeline argument was about that there would be disruptions and stuff like that, which would have which potentially would have led to a scarcity in fuel in certain parts. The panic and mayhem that ensued after that, having read the reports and see the impending danger, right? If the right corrective actions weren't taken, you know, I'm really alarmed that this is happening on social media concerning Jamaica. Why? Because I can honestly say that our response system, our medical system can't take no major outbreak. No fire, nothing like that. Now is not the time, especially unnecessarily. We're trying to recover and rebuild from COVID to now plunge ourselves in this seemingly man-made or man-attempted disaster. It really bothers me. It really bothers me. And that's why I click the box to come up and say, Chuck, you can't talk about this lightly. Because it's a serious issue.
That's serious matter.
Gas is very flammable. It ignites the whole space with quicker than the blink of an eye.
And all it needs is the fumes.
And these people are putting out these things as if it is joke.
And that is why we have to ask, what outcome do they hope to achieve? What is the outcome? What them hope to? What the end game?
They literally wishes to burn down Jamaica and rule over the ashes. Because that's all I can say right now.
That's all they require. As much mayhem and as much damage they think they can cause to the Jamaican people. And they're doing this while they are not living in Jamaica. So whenever they stir up these reactions and it goes awry, they won't be there to suffer the consequences. Then they're far. And all they're gonna do is turn on and say, oh, look what is happening. Look how much people lost their lives. Without an ounce of sympathy. Because guess what? They would have been the cause. They would have been the cause of it. And I'm not going to be honest, Chabi, when I say this something, it hurt me deeply, you know, man. It hurt me deeply when I see it. Because I say, why would somebody put up something like this? Knowing the climate where we're in now. I mean, the simple life is the government say, listen to me, we have to I saw somebody, oh sorry, just let me say, I saw somebody put up a post, an AI-generated video, declaring that Jamaica was in a fuel crisis. And the video depict people crowding a gas station. Now, I can think on the other side of that cornerstone what that can lead to in a Jamaica. Where something like that can lead to. We have seen several places. I know that. It's one of them cornerstone blogger put it up. I just don't want it in because I don't want everybody.
Right, you're right. And anybody who come across the post, please do not comment or like. Just report it if you want to do something about it.
So them take it down. And when you report it, tell them say it is dangerous misinformation. That's what I report it under. Dangerous misinformation. I see what that can cause on the other side of it. I said this before, Melissa, and I say it again. And it is sad that PMP and them supporters, if your dead carcass lying in the middle of the street is what they believe can get them political power, then rest assured that's what they're gonna do for you. And another video circulating now is one we can't talk about openly, Travel, but I go every time, I go remind you of this one every time. There's a video now with is it what's that member of parliament name from our country where I interviewed the old man again?
Nikisha
Burchell, who got dig up one old constituents of hers, one of our old constituents, you know, and I interview him in an effort to soft turkey. Right, sir. in an effort to humiliate the government. But I believe it is a more reflection on her than the government. Because if you have a member, if you are a member of parliament, your constituency was affected by a disaster. You know of some old persons who will need special assistance. And the only time you can remember if you go dig up one of them, if you go put him on camera and then parade him in front of TV, is 6 months. It's 6 months after the hurricane, you go dig him up. And you know, go dig him up to help him, Miss Burchell. You go dig him up to exploit him. You did not go to that old man, go dig him up to have any assistance to him. You went there so you can exploit his position. Now, who does you? You is his representative. You are the section of the government that is responsible for him. All right, I'll do that. Miss Fairy Tale Wellness, listen, man, don't even add the name Wellness to her, man. Don't even add the name Wellness to her, man. You went and you pick up that little old man, not for help, but to exploit. Not to help, but to exploit. And you see, last week, Chavi, I don't know if you were here after the press conference. I was on, I think I was over by Navi. So Navi has mistake. And Hugh Blair was there. And I was trying to, Navi, you remember the conversation I was having with Hugh Blair when I was saying the least a member of parliament should have done after the hurricane was to gather the information of the persons that need help in their constituency so they can have a file ready. Navi, you remember that conversation I was having with Hugh Blair, and Hugh Blair is saying, no. Skyfall was there. Oh, I'm a background, them attack. The background. My background, them attack. Right. I was telling them that as a member of parliament in the area, your first job is the well-being of your constituents. Remember, people, and this is what you understand about how government work. If I start a company, this company have 14 branches, one in every parish. Not even 14. This company have 63 branches spread right across Jamaica. That's the company I have. Let's call this company, for argument's sake, we call this company Jamaica. We have 63 branches. Let's say Andrew Holness is the managing director. This is hypothetical we are going to win. Andrew Holness is the managing director. Now, the first thing, Andrew Holness can micromanage all 63 branches. So guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to have some managers for each branches. Let's call those managers, for argument's sake, MPs. Yes, that's what we're calling them. Management police. Yes, we are calling them MPs. Management police, we're calling those for argument's sake. So each members, each branch will have a manager. Each branch will have a manager. But now, you see, because the branches are so large, managers will then employ junior managers and supervisors to act below them. Now, Andrew being the managing director, whenever he needs information, he will go to one of his managers. And his managers will call on one of their junior manager and the supervisor. And that's how everybody, in a nutshell, is looked about. If Andrew alone must look over every single person, then somebody's gonna get left behind. So let's say now in this company where we have what we call Jamaica, something happened. There's an explosion at one of the plants in at the western end. Something happened down at them plant and then get destroyed. And you don't know all of the employees them in that area, you know. So guess what? The managers for those areas will now have to gather up the information and pass it on to the general manager. So let's say one of these managers named Burchell, Nikisha Burchell, and she managed one of the branches, and her branches, one of them will get damaged. Comrade Blair, come here. I'm glad to see you. You like reason with you, no, Comrade Blair. So come, me call you. You're VIP now. Let's say one of these managers now is Burchell. Burchell, even though Burchell never liked the person who are the managing director, she's still a manager. So her job is still to represent the people and we work in a fair factory. Now, if you now sit down and you wait until 6 months after, you go pick up somebody who you think want help and you parade them around. Was the intention to help or to exploit? Was the intention to help that person or to exploit them? It was definitely to exploit. You are not interested, Nikisha Burchell, in the well-being of that old man.
So can I add, if you don't mind? Now, Nikisha Burchell is seen in a video advertising self-reporting via the internet. Now, most old people in Jamaica are tech savvy. But even if that individual was, they are in the pathway of a Category 5 hurricane that, disaster is all around him. Would it have been pertinent of Miss Burchell to actually use her resources and devices and report on behalf of the individual and check up on the progress of the status of his or her grant? That would have been a good role.
Caring persons would have done.
That's what a caring them have done. But no, she wants to use their misfortune as a stepping stone of getting stake for her party. She wanted to use it as fuel to get the masses to hate the administrators of this country. And that's selfish gain. That is not looking out for the individual.
Why is she a member of parliament? It doesn't matter if them complain, The thing is, when the person come to when the person come, you should have a record of this person ready to hand over. And this is the argument. This is the argument that Hugh Blair, I was trying to have with Hugh Blair recently. When I say, you live in this constituency, there's a disaster happen. Your first order of business is to gather out the information of those affected. And if you're going to say, then no, if you do nothing because a government fi do, then I would urge Andrew to take back the nearly $20 million that was given to each member of parliament. Because them no have to do nothing. Take it back from them. If the defense is that we don't have to do nothing, because if we try to do, we are going to take away the job of the government, then I urge the government that do not allocate any more funds to these members of parliament, because they don't have to do nothing. They don't have to do nothing, so why give them taxpayers' money? Why allocate taxpayers' money to them if them don't have to do nothing? There are members of parliament in these constituents that were affected that are out in the field, day in, day out, finding person, making sure a person that get help. Somebody come to you, this is how you do it. But this woman now, after 6 months, you got to dig up this little old man. Not for help him, again, people. And this is the thing where madam, you got to dig him up. Not for help him, not to get him help. But you got to dig him up to exploit him. Hold on, let me see. Let me see if I have the video here, so. Shika, you have the video there with Miss Burchell and the old man? No, it don't look like I have it here. Shika, if you have the video, then send it to the other number for me. Right, but I know so things go. 6 months after, you got to dig up the man. And again, this behavior, sorry, Never wear it home last night. This behavior is not, well, that's a germane to this situation only. It goes to one lady, one baby we are here about in a Westmoreland from the day of the hurricane. We are here about one young baby where live under one tarpaulin in a Westmoreland. And the only person we know about them are Mr. Ingram, who I've not seen in a while, by the way. Anybody realize a long time ago see Mr. Ingram? I hope I'm all right.
He is in China.
Oh.
And no access to the internet, and I hope they keep him there.
No, sir.
I hope he stays there.
In China, no want him. But I'm glad I'm all right. You know, Ingram as bad as him is one away. Right?
And then Shanghai, we talked to him when he was in Los Angeles. After that flight, we haven't heard from him because, you know, the internet is more restricted over there.
Oh, yes, they don't allow lies and propagandas on their internet. Well, Chavi, entertain. I'm coming back there.
All right. Me da hope you Blair come up in you Blair if you listen. Why you not come up? Me have some question for you, Mr. Blair. Go on. Why you not coming up? Mr. Blair, you need to come up, man. You have a good friend Chuck invite. I remember saying me I live good for when you know. We have been living good. So, you know, come up if you're still there here because I want to ask you about the flooding that you talk about up at UE. I also want to ask you ask you about the 10 times over that items is being buy back or being bought back by the UE. I want to ask you about that. Blair fears me. Well, you need to hide that him can't appear. Right? Because we want to talk to him. We want to ask him about some things that have been mentioning from the other day. Right? He might ask, what happened to the other companies? Yeah, he want to ask this and that and the other company. What about the other companies? I want to ask him, what have those companies done wrong? Give us your take on Nikisha incident. Nikisha, listen, you know, let me think about it because at the moment, if me answer like off the gun, I might, you know, say something I might regret saying it. So let me think about it.
Mr. Sanders, I see your puppy.
Invite him up, man. Come on, let's have a chat.
Okay.
Nikisha is an exploiter, an opportunist.
I find the video with that, but when I see, but it's like 6 months after you got to dig up this woman.
She's an opportunist. She's not genuine.
Elderly man.
Well, thank you, Keith. You say now come. Thanks. Appreciate it.
That's good. You got to dig up this man who clearly needs some assistance. And your job as the person's representative.
Chucky, Chuck,
yeah.
go on our page. Yeah, what do you want? You want to show the video?
Yeah, I just want to play with the people that made the interview. Who page
okay, hold on, me have it.
Play Petal. I want to say Petal is one of the most reliable out there, man.
Petal have every screen record, he never making it.
Stonehenge Square. He had I'm in Stonehenge Square, and this is Mr. Ransford Blake. He lives right here in Stonehenge Square. He had one of those homes which was right here, and Hurricane Melissa took it away. Hurricane Beryl attacked him first, and whatever was left, Hurricane Melissa took it. Right now, as you can see, he's living under a tarpaulin. He's had to use that as his shelter since Hurricane Melissa almost 6 months ago. Now, I try to explain to the government that not every community behaves the same way. This is a deep rural community. We're farmers. So Bongo, as we call him, he's a farmer. So you won't find him here in the daytime. He's going to be in his farm. And they work there until late and then they get back home. So no one has taken an assessment of Bongo's home to put him in the database so that he can be properly represented and be given some assistance. And if the system was working, somebody who lives in the square of Stonehenge should have gotten assistance by now. In this little square, Miss Adassa's family is right there. Her house is totally gone, no assistance. Bongo's right here, no assistance. The commerce and home that was right here at the square, no assistance. On the hill there, partial assistance. So, and down the lane you go, you understand. But in this little square, if the program was working, the square is the face of the community. It should have gotten some assistance. So I'm appealing for some assistance for Bongo. He cannot continue at 78 years of age to live under a tent, a tarpaulin that he has made into a tent. When the rain come and you don't want to be at Stonehenge at night, it gets very cold. So open the system, reopen the database so people like Bongo can be a part of the system. I know you don't want the politicians to be involved, but the truth is politicians that the people are coming to for assistance. And it is the politicians who know the community, who know the residents of the community. So better inclusion with the local representatives, the MPs, would better help to get the resources to the people who really need it. Bongo, tell them that you need some assistance.
Listen, I need some assistance. I don't have any clothes, I don't have any food, I don't have any stove. I don't have nowhere to live, I don't have any bed. I don't have to live, I have to sleep, and I have to sleep on board.
So did anybody come here and...
Mute for me there, Peter. Mute for me there. Let me answer O'Keefe's question. O'Keefe said, Chuck, what is the problem with what she's saying? O'Keefe, I have absolutely no problem with what she's saying, O'Keefe. But the question I have, O'Keefe, and you should be asking this question too, is why it took her 6 months to go find... What name again, Mr. Renford?
Bongo. Chuck, ask him. Ask him who lives in a square. Ask him who lives in a square in a community.
Yeah,
number
who lives
one.
In a square? Is Bongo just a square?
Number two. Number two. This land, right? From my understanding, this land is a captured land. They capture from the Railway Corporation of Jamaica. All those buildings around are properties that the Jamaica Railway Corporation used to use. The office building, everything, all of them places there. So Nikisha now come and tell people say Bongo and Miss Adassa and the people them in and around the surrounding areas capture Jamaica Railway Corporation land. And chances are that's why nobody looked over there, because those are not supposed to be anybody's personal dwelling.
But Nikisha knew where to find Bongo in a September last year.
Yeah, and can go, yeah.
Put on one orange shirt on him and can go vote. So let me ask you this,
why the end of October to early November she couldn't find him?
Well, let me ask you this, O'Keefe, if you are still here. If she was able to find him then, and she knows a Bongo house probably not stable,
I'm in Stonehenge.
why shouldn't the first thing after Melissa she go think, right, you remember Bongo was never too good, Let me go check on Bongo. Why are 6 months after, in an attempt when she want to score a political point, she can't go find Bongo? Why when she find Bongo, even after 6 months, she never said, come Bongo, come in at the car, me I carry you down at the office, go make them register you so you can get some help? Why she never make a video, O'Keefe, of she helping Bongo on her phone? She say, Bongo, this are the website where you go, give me your, why, that is the kind of video when me want to see them put out. Put out a video of saying, boy, so me gather up the information. And me sit there, me send it to the minister, and I know the minister don't respond to me yet.
Chuck and Petal. Petal, I want you look on her page when she do, on Mr. Charles' page, when Mr. Charles played the video when she was talking about self-reporting, that they can go online and self-report.
And go self-report.
Right, and here the next question I may ask now. Last year, before we get to the September part, she did have table out in every community and pen and paper and people are write down and make phone call because they want to find every vote.
She got there press. She got there press close.
Why can't the little white table put out with a laptop and some internet and just do a whole drive of reporting for the entire community? Why you can't do that?
These are the things that we are called for the members of parliament to do. What's her name? There was on last night, Tahira, saying that her member of parliament is always in them WhatsApp group giving out the information, say the people are coming in on this day, they're coming in on X day, and I am 100% sure that Nikisha get the same information where that other member of parliament get to. But Nikisha is more interested in the exploitation rather than the assistance. The more people don't get help is the better it is for Nikisha. And that is why she only member Bongo when she needed somebody to exploit. As you say, before elections, she used to keep the drives out there, getting information, people come register. The same laptop travel could have put out in the square and make people say, "Oh, come, please. Oh, come and send in the information."
Laptop and phone, them I use a search people by their name and them information received then upon the voters list. They were out there doing it in the communities. Why the same laptop and phone them cannot be powered up now and used to self-report on the internet for these people? Why?
Because their thing is not to assist, but to exploit. And I will say that until the day I die. Them no want help nobody. Yes, them can get bullhorn and drive around in a vehicle and tell people, say, yeah, the same information that is available to Dr. Chang, Erai, the bad man, the name, tourism man name, why did I get all it now?
It's a Bartlett.
Dr. Bartlett. The same information is available to Nikisha. O'Keefe, I am not playing. O'Keefe, you know, so if you're a teacher, you're smarter than you pretend to be. Me believe, say, O'Keefe, you dumb down yourself, you know, to appeal to the PNP base. If you say that's what you do.
Chuck, why we keep on argue with O'Keefe? O'Keefe, me understand say O'Keefe is a Jehovah Witness. O'Keefe business you participate. Jehovah Witness in business you participate in politics. Is he allowed to vote?
O'Keefe, you a Jehovah Witness with you?
Yes, but he said them I got sent with the Kingdom Hall where he used to go.
Oh, you used to go in the go again, man.
No, he still going to America. The one at Jamaica, but he might go America same way.
That's how O'Keefe and Jehovah Witness. You might lie not help O'Keefe.
Yeah, that's my
witness. I don't believe that. I will not be a party to anybody telling lie on O'Keefe, boy, my Joe. O'Keefe, if O'Keefe walk near one church gate, that church is supposed to catch a fire. That's how you work with the devil. You cannot enter a church you're up in a flame same time. You can't do that.
Chuck, let me tell you what happened with Nikisha and the PNP so-called MPs, them where you see make a big deal. And you see, when you go up on the ground at Jamaica, at that time you really get a good understanding of what is happening. They are not able to exploit and do what they want to do with the monies that are being made available, right? So the money I go through the Ministry of Labor and Social Security for the people them whose house got damaged. And you have to sign up and go through the proper channels for access those funding. And that's why you see she come out and I try to lambaste the ministry all the time. And every time she come out, she open up because they want to say there's so much faults and flaws with these programs because they wanted the money in their hands so that they could control how it is spent. And
that's all they want from day one.
And that is all their problem. That is all the Sierra Carrot and Aguan. That is all our problem is. You don't know what she did right now. She did
from before starting them about the money no better.
She did open her constituency now on a member press conference when she was giving her final speech. Members say she did threaten and say, basically, you know, when things don't happen, we take it to the streets and you know, people block roads. Right now in our constituency, roadblock are going up there. That's what she had going with today, Monday. But me then stay up there, block all in one block, burn up because up there, a literal riverbed. I mean, I know what more she want because I want me know she go around and she make all these promises to the people to make them know so she gonna move mountains if she win the seat and then vote her in and Melissa come and finish mash up there and she can't deliver upon her promises and that's why you see she go around and go on like this is fair form of advocacy, you know. Advocate, she says she advocate for them when she behave them kind of way. But make sure go on, she's the most manipulative, disingenuous, false. Just like how she false, look false from the outward, I see him so inside her false. Make she carry on. Make we see how far it go put her. Because she must think so when they go up there and finish mash up and burn up the road and carry on, it'll go fix any faster.
You see, I think what they are worried about is that the people who vote for them 6 months after the elections are having buyer's remorse.
Exactly.
Yes. Most of the people who vote for them is now having buyer's remorse. So what the hell what me vote for? Because right now, they cannot come to the people and say, listen to me now. Here is how me I go change your life. Here's how me I got change in my life. I remember, and I said this all the while, that one of the worst thing when we hear member of parliament say, whenever they are leaving office and somebody asks them, what is your legacy you're leaving in this constituency? Me used to send some picnic to school. Yeah man, I hold it for 9 nights and then something them go. When you're leaving a constituency, if you can point at a school, a community center, better roads, and say, this is what I left in here. Maybe one new police station, maybe one new health center, something so that every member of the community can have access to it. That is how you represent people. You're not there to send Miss Jane Pitney go school. Master can afford him one school, so he don't need no help. So what you do for Master? Just because Master now come beg you no handout, what you do for Master? Not one thing, right? And this is when they look outside, the only thing them see when they, you see September last year, you see the rise in members of parliament salary. It bring out a whole new generation of people who say, boy, the salary look good now, we can't just go in there. But what them don't realize is that Jamaica, let's up yourself, chaps. Jamaica has now changed, and people are now demanding representation. You can win the election again and disappear for 4 years and go back. No, with them young people here. The young people we have today is demanding action, and them are going to remind you every day, say when you're campaigning, you did promise this and you did promise that, wait there. So somebody like Nikisha now, who never have no plan, the only plan them have is a PMP version that win and disappear. Just like this. Thank you, one day I never know say you can read and write, man. All the while I see you come in at the post, I never see you type something. Good man, let me check all the word. It's us Vase. We don't have a Mr. Vase running. Anybody know of a Mr. Vase? Spetel?
Only one done alone. Only one done alone.
Vase, which one?
Mr. Vase.
Vase, where him come from?
In West Portland. Mr. Vase. Sorry, Wanda, I have no idea who you're talking
We don't know who you're talking. I said, they call Isaac now. I said, they call Isaac now.
Mr. Vase?
No.
Well, sorry, Wanda, I don't know who you're talking. Right? You have to can point to something where you do. And you have to can sit down and map out to the people and say, listen, me tell people all the way, you see me now? Me's a layman, me enter politics, me win one, let's say me win one inner city seat. So me go down and me challenge Angela Brown Burke and me win her seat. Yes, me are the member of parliament now. And I know the history of that seat. The first thing I will do is meet with my constituents. And I go tell them one thing. I say, listen to me now. You see, uno old dinosaur, uno old tough and barky people, uno pass already. So guess what? Me I go ensure say uno picnic don't come suffer the same fate what uno suffer. But me I go need all our uno help. Yes. And we have to go put a thing, something in place, 10 years time or 15 years time, the community must be putting out. We have to have business in the community. We have to have all. This is a plan. And you have to get people to buy into it. But their method of practicing politics is win, disappear for 4 years. But when people demand, say you come now, guess what? You can't go to the people because you yourself, you don't know if you help them, because if you could have helped Bongo. Yes, a roadmap, Skyfall, a roadmap to prosperity. If you didn't know if you help Bongo, you would have simply do it, but you have no clue because helping people was never the reason you enter politics. You enter politics because one man pay for do your body. And the man said, me can't afford to maintain you anymore, so I go give you one seat, make you run. And if you win the seat, the salary alone, I have to give you no money a month time again. That's how you enter politics. And then you got to talk about your dream, say you did there with the price. A dream should be dream, our people say. You alone say it. But if you want to help Bongo, Bongo is one of your constituents. I suggest the next time you go to Bongo, take him up, bring him to the office, and have him register. Secondly, I don't know, have you ever checked if Bongo actually, and somebody said they don't, have you ever checked if Bongo actually own the land? Have the people in Westmoreland and some of these players realize that the reason why help is so slow for some of them is because them don't own the land. And even though most of them are live on the land for donkey years, they have never ever taken a step to try to own it. Because guess what? 1976, man, they tell them, say, just go take up his land and live on it. Just take up his land and live on it, man. And as long as you don't keep me in a power, nobody can take on a fight. That is why Westmoreland, in particular, is so loyal to PMP. Because the PMP tell them, say, as long as you don't keep we in, nobody can take on off of the land. But see they now, Melissa come, take them off of the land. Them need some assistance, but they can't get the assistance because guess what? They don't know how for land. Not one of them over the many generations has ever, not one of them has ever tried to seek proper ownership of any other piece of land where passed down from son to grandson to great grandson. None of them. They just know say Mr. Manley did say take it. But let me tell you now, the alternative to what happened. The Jamaica Labour Party, they table a bill in Parliament called the Land Utilization Act. What chaps say? Chaps there? Because Manley wanted to use it as a political tool. But chaps, if you're there, put up your hand. The Jamaica Labour Party tabled a bill in Parliament, and today, I want to listen to me now. I think someone are going to learn something. The Jamaica Labour Party tabled a bill in 1963. Chaps more help. What chaps there? In 1963, I think it was, called the Land Utilization Act. That was a bill aimed at turning over majority. You hear them there every day complain about crown land, and how the crown own land. There is no such thing in Jamaica as crown land. Britain don't own one piece of land. The only piece of land Britain own in Jamaica was part of the embassy there in New Kingston. Now make people turn in another fool. Government has land. Government have to have land. Government have a land bank with government own land. But Britain don't own no land in Jamaica. That's because it is called crown land. People. Now, that bill was designed to hand over land to people so people can have land and build house and get them title. That bill went through the parliament, came too slow. I think it never passed up until 72. It never passed yet when Manley win. Now, these lands were already identified. Majority of them was in Westmoreland, in Trelawney, all of them places. Just look at the place that were loyal to PMP. Yes. So the people would have gotten the land and the government would have given them title and them could have build and them could have farm and do what they want. Knowing the bill, Michael Manley came to power and just give away the land so go live penny. But he never followed the other step, which was to give the people them the title. Just go and go live penny. And that's why nearly 50 years later, when one hurricane come and blow down, they cannot get any government assistance because them don't own the land. And many years over the years, remember now people, and I say this all the while, the longest serving prime minister in our nation's history, the longest serving prime minister in our nation's history came from Westmoreland. Percival James Patterson, the longest serving prime minister, was from Westmoreland. Roger Clark, as agricultural minister, came from Westmoreland. Water minister in the farm of what's the man name again? Mr. Finsack himself, what name? No, he was a victim. Shit, what the man name?
Dr. Carl Blind.
Came from Westmoreland. Wickham McNeil, as tourism minister, came from Westmoreland. And not one of them ever moved to get these people title for the land. But guess what? You know who for fault them I say it is now why them not have no land? Them I say is a man were born long after they moved on the land. I feel him fault. One man weighs about probably half of some of them age. Some 70-year-old people, I blame Andrew Holness for their misery. Think of it that way, they know.
Chuck, 1 second. One second, Chuck, because this is an indictment. I want to tell you one funny story, Chuck. Now, last year, we see where Dayton Campbell came out to tell that, him say, all of we go through this, all of we when we walk the streets. And he told the story of walking through his constituency and, being advised to go visit a long time comrade.
Well, I'm not saying where PJ was born. I'm saying where he represented.
We'll get to that, Chuck. Let him, Chuck. Let him get to that, Chuck. I'm going to help him with that. Don't worry. So, he was talking about when going through the constituency, he was advised to go look for some old long time comrade and some manly people. And he the long and short of it, he got to the part of the story where he says that when he did look for the person and fast, making him look up in the roof, man, look straight through the roof. The people in have no roof. The people in have no roof. As well as many other deplorable conditions of the same constituency. Can I tell you whose old constituency he's talking about?
Tell us.
P.J. Patterson. Percival James Patterson. The longest serving prime minister in this country. He stated that the comrades that served that man faithfully all them many years don't have no roof and them don't live nowhere.
And that is the same, that is Bongo's story. That a Bongo will live in the square, live by the train line under the parlor story. Now, somebody like Bongo, I would like to ask a question because believe me, I don't think Bongo House before Melissa was of any statute to speak of. Nikisha Burchell, did you sign up Bongo for one of the Hope House before you come parade him out say more help? Did you take the time and go sign up Bongo for one of the Hope House or the government program? Did you sign him up for one of the indigent houses? The simple what step did you take? Me sure that during the election Bongo did have on one orange shirt. Me sure Bongo go vote for you, said one car for him. Did you at least sign up Bongo for one of the Hope House so him can have something to build? I simple question. So Chavid, me I say now, that is how these people get on the land. The Land Utilization Act did identify the lands. I think if I am not mistaken, the first set of land was in Trelawney. That was the first piece where the government buy. The government actually buy it and was to share it up between persons. But under Michael Manley regime, they never followed the second part of the plan to give the people them the title. Then just send them panic or leave.
The PMP now have no interest to give them the title because you're liberating and bringing wealth to one's life. That's not the PMP's code. The PMP code is to keep them dunce and poor and they'll vote for them forever.
So yes, and you promise them, say, if you vote for Labour Party, them are going to come take you off of the land because remember, you don't have no title.
Our video go live, with the deputy mayor down there in Westmoreland on the internet talking about the people in a certain part of, I think it's Petersfield. He's saying that, a blight, give them land and he give them a latrine. And for that, they should vote for him. Now, mind you, blight left representational politics, let me see, 6 and 6, 12 and 4. That's about 16 years now. 16 years now, blight left. Because what, Roger Clark served 6 years, Dwayne Vaz served 6 years, and then 5 years of George Wright. So you see how long Carl Blight left, and in 2025, the achievement that the deputy mayor can tell the people that about and the reason they owe them their vote is because Blight won't give them land and give them pit latrine.
So the simple thing, people, is that if you is a 60, 70-year-old somebody and you live for one piece of capture land until this point in your life, it can't be Andrew Holness' fault. I agree with you on one thing. And Andrew agree with me on this too. Andrew's problem is to fix it. And he said he will. Andrew tell us one thing, there's no part of this country I'm left worse off than him find it. So yes, now that Melissa blow them off and everybody down there want help all of a sudden, I don't see the government say they're gonna do an audit of the lands in Westmoreland to find out who live there, who own, who are collect rent for land or who are doing, and then it will be distributed to the persons that has been there for years. Now, my question now to Dayton Campbell, Dwayne Vaz, and Ian Hayes. Hearing that plan from the government, what step have you taken now to gather up the information where the people them are going to need so you can fast track it? Who know the government representative on the ground, And what if they know said they are the representative of the government on the ground? But the problem is they only love a party them love. So them believe that if they help the people them, the Labour Party will get the credit, and them no want no credit go to the Labour Party. So Westmoreland people, until I'm going to use the words of Bounty Killer here, until you know wise up and rise up and open your eyes up, you won't get no better. Because these people are just there to exploit you as a way to power. If PJ never help you know, and PJ was prime minister and policy maker, 18 and broken years. The longest serving prime minister, him served for 14 years as prime minister, and he loved to boast about it. And it's the same position he find on in, and the same position he left on in. Now he handle no after some new set of exploiters. The question is, uno go make them do the same too, no? Don't make them tell us say somebody else, them is no representative. And them no vote for put in. Demand more from them. No make them exploit, you know. Don't make them use, you know, like how Nikisha use bongo. Well, I wonder where bongo fat. Bongo na no fat. Bongo suppose. You see, all them something I know. Bongo must have one look. Bongo na no family. Bongo must have one look family out there, you know. What she did to Bongo is tantamount to elder abuse.
Humiliating.
Humiliate Bongo.
Look how Bongo dirty. Not even if say. So you want to tell me say I saw she not no clothes. She not nothing about her. She couldn't go buy one suit of clothes put on Bongo. She couldn't give Bongo some grocery. And she put cause she get good pay. She get good pay now. And you're so sorry for that man there. Huh? She's so stupid. You are gonna bring the man come in a one square. Tell me who lives into the square of a community. Where Bongo, you're not supposed to come out with Bongo land paper, them Nikisha? Eh?
That would be if she was trying to help Bongo.
Yeah, when them in the ground and like, all right, me understand, say, Bongo may have missed. So then did come in the community and take up name. Bongo did their bush. Bongo did their bush. But you know Bongo, you know, because you supposed to know the plight of your constituents. Because you, Nikisha, you walk foot, you walk hills and valleys. You go, me I go back and look on our page because I think, say, there is a post where they put up long time with one man looking just like Bongo. Did I come from bush one time and give her some food? Get like a give her a piece of yam and something. She take a picture. Me go back and look and see if I him because Bongo look just like a man there. So me I say, if Bongo did, they had a time period, right? Where they had a window open where they say from this day to this day, you can start go get name and whatever, and them are going
no, but the time period don't close, you know, because people can still assess.
Yeah.
And Nikisha would have known that if her intention was to help.
Bongo. Because you know, say Bongo they are bush. So if Bongo even miss.
When she did one piece of yam, she know if you find Bongo.
Yeah, if she even miss the date. One she lay down in her bed one night because you're so caring and you're saying now you're going to represent the people and you're going to make a difference. You should have said shoot. Or that should have even come in your head for you know say I want farming community truck, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know so that says a lot of people are going to go in a bush. So you supposed to send the message to them say listen. Panda day, them are coming at the community. Even if you no go no field, get up and go early on the field, but you no come back by 10 o'clock so that you can ministry I labor go down here so that they can take up on the name. If people them would have did garden field early because they like but from 5 to 5 o'clock they start light out. Then they did quick garden bush if they have no little banana for go cover up on the trash or little something for protect and that garden bush and come back.
Mm-hmm. And even if you miss them, Miss Burchell, the same method you employ during the election, where you have them in the town square, you have your devices up, and you put on the little tight pants where the old man they love go look pan, and you draw them out. You could have do the same thing for help them. And yes, me know a comrade that go say, you are there, you pick pan. Yes, me have a pick pan her because again. What she do with Bongo was wrong. She never did that try to help Bongo. But let me see, and as I said earlier, the behavior is not particular to this one alone, you know. It's the same thing about the baby, whether in a Westmoreland and live under the tarpaulin for Melissa, keep on now. And the only person, everybody asks, where, tell me where so we can get the help. Nobody can know where they yet. The president of the JTA go there go up and tell me about what them here say people are doing in front of picnic. Which part it happen so we can help and now them can't tell me. Now the same thing with you. You know Bongo, but the only time you remember Bongo is when you need to exploit him. You know what I think the minister, Pernell Charles, you need to go down there and find Bongo for yourself. Yes, go down there as the minister. Find Bongo for yourself. Take out your phone and make Bongo use it and do him assessment. Yes, make Bongo use your phone and do the assessment. And then you say, Nikisha, this is how you assist your constituents, madam. Not by coming here to exploit them. Not by coming here to exploit them. This is how you assess. But again, and I said this over and I say it over and I say it over and I say it over again, PMP by nature is not in politics to help people. They are in there to help themselves. Mark Golding is not interested in leadership. He's interested in power. And that is why even after Hurricane Melissa, he can't put on the campaign button because he think power for him, and if he get power by all means necessary. Just power, 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 more power, more power, more power. So when the Prime Minister is taking an overseas trip, you can come on a press conference and say, the Prime Minister go overseas, go beg. Mr. Golding, in case you don't get the message, Jamaica is in a position, no thanks to you, where we are no longer beggars. Jamaica is in a position where we are no longer beggars. Remember the position where you, Mark Golding, because of FinSac, did put we in a where we have to beg for everything, where we have to beg for the tea bag, the water, the cup, the spoon. Jamaica is now in a position, Mr. Mark Golding, where we are no beggars anymore, sir. The Prime Minister's trip overseas was simple to update our diasporas, persons who are interested in the well-being of Jamaica. Not your paid agitators overseas, you know. Persons who are interested in the well-being of Jamaica. Because guess what? Your propagandists them over there. Yeah, me know, you know, because guess what? When me travel, me running at them too, you know. I remember when in December, no, not in January in New York, in the Migla Fambria supermarket, made a cuss off one little security guard over there. Me I say, look upon you look like you never even got Jamaica in about 50 years because under PMP you run away, because you couldn't take the life. And you still there talk about PMP politics. Yes, so them over there. So when the Prime Minister take a trip, Mark Golding, we not beg anymore. We had a very hard-hitting natural disaster, and within less than a month, the international agencies was here. So listen to me, if you don't want money, see it. Mr. Freighter, again, I have no time for dunce. Me not no time for dunce, you know, Freighter. You say, me not no time for dunce. And you have proven to be a dunce over the years. And you say, people like you now, every time you come here, you know, and me mute, you know why? Because every time you come, you have certain grievances where you have. But If you're blind and you not seek help, you're going to remain blind for the rest of your life. And that's your problem. Nobody with sense could ever believe, say, Shaggy, Spice, Cartel feed the entire Western Jamaica after the hurricane, and them alone make people all right down there. People with sense don't believe that, brother. People with sense, we tell you, say, yes, we appreciate the donors, we appreciate everything what them do. We appreciate the artists, we appreciate the athletes. People believe they want TikToker. We buy a couple Charlie in a supermarket and put them in the back of a car and drive, go down to Westmoreland. Go give 5 people or 10 people. Oh, say that was it. When the Chinook helicopter them did a fly around with 10,000 pounds of aid. Which part do you think the helicopter they did come from? Who did the American government lend the 10 helicopters to fly the aid right across Jamaica? You see, because the Prime Minister did tell one thing, the Prime Minister said, listen to me now, our job is not to exploit the Jamaican people. Not like Nikisha Burchell. We now go because we are given one pan of food. Basic thinking and basic reasoning skill, Nikki. Compare what Nikisha did to Bongo to the Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister said, listen to me now, as government, whenever we are give people food, you know what, we not go video them and take them picture. No. We are not going to video them. Because guess what? We have to preserve people's dignity. You think that Nikisha Burchell did care about Bongo dignity? When as Travis says, she got to take him up in a dirty old clothes and just come from farming. You could at least give Bongo a little chance to clean up himself and look presentable. But no, guess what? You wanted maximum impact. What you never count upon was that people would have called you out on the foolishness. And if you have any decency about your mom, you would have taken down the video off of your page. Always. And them alone are suffer. A couple of weeks ago, somebody asked. And the lady from Shell, yes. If you don't have any decency about you, take it down. Go and do what you need to do to get the help a Bongo need. Bongo needs your help, yes. Bongo piece a lot to him did I live. We never register. The only person who didn't know if you find Bongo was you when you wanted a vote. And now that Bongo need your help, you could only find your way to exploit him a little further. Sorry. All right, you see Ingram asking, who is this? That's about my Ingram going, well, I needed to find. Let me find it. No, yes, I look right there. I needed to find thing that this morning and play it, you know. I don't know how I miss it. I don't know, Chubby, you saw that video with the incident at themselves call it a school. That where
yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I saw it.
Now, tell me this now. Tell me this now. Me as a parent, send my picnic to school and when me look on the internet, at that me see. My picnic turn up and one next to boy they put some box on him like him and my father. What my reaction supposed to be to that? How me fi deal with that?
You want me to tell you what me that do, Chuck?
Where that?
All me that do. No cock on the ears who no want hear what me hear say. What me I go say. All me have to do, I just pay if you want for him. That's all me I do. Cause my pitney when me lay down and get, Yo, where your mama and your papa get in a grassroots, or that come take my pitney and I box him up so like you there one boxing match. Yo, one me a pay for you. One me a pay for you. Me not take no. Me no want no explanation. Nobody can talk to me. Nobody no say nothing to me because you not traumatize my pitney and walk free. You hear me I tell you? Oh, I'm in a business how old you be. Anybody wants me to promote violence are too bad. But me not see nobody do my pitney so. Six man bringing you back. 6 man are bringing you back.
Just that. I am wondering if the president of the JTA left the teacher never tell him about that one day. But I am sure if that was my picnic, I would have in a jail. Me at that jail this evening because when I do what I need to do, I wouldn't hide, you know. When I take the action that I need to take, me not hide. Me I go do it and I go walk at the police station same way. And I go in the blood up clothes and I go carry the body parts them with me and I go turn in myself.
Make can pay for one thing. So me not go even go this so come. Me not say a word, Chuck. Me not say a word, but just want to know who you be.
I understand. I understand that the police has probably taken one of the boys in custody.
One of them get locked up and the next one get locked up.
A couple of them is facing expulsion from school. Right? But as you see them behavior at their school. People are going to say a picnic and not so picnic go on and
the price gone up 4 or 5 times.
Well,
and then those
I was trying to find jobs from this morning.
Can't afford black market prices are like to be using alternatives and it's not good. So it's a major story I saw in some of the big publications this morning and it just shook my head as well.
I was trying to find jobs from
And
this
speaking
morning.
of Trinidad and Tobago too, 2 huge stories coming out of that country. One having to do with the bodies of babies and a couple adults in there as well that were dumped.
Yes, mass grave.
Well as the story yesterday of a police corporal that was shot and killed
inside the
station. And so far, apparently dozens of guns
68 at the last count
were stolen, hundreds of rounds of ammunition. Yeah, and you wonder what the hell happened there.
So
when I saw that, I believe that a coup is being planned in Trinidad. Look out for the next couple of weeks. Trinidad is gonna have a coup.
it's been a week like that.
I like EOP.
You know, this morning, listeners, my friend Gillian Horton reminds me, Mr. George is tourniquet. She's correct. I got tourniquet from Gillian. I can't tell you why I said tourniquet. One of my favorite characters, Marv from Sin City, played by Mickey Rourke. He was the one who said, and he said so beautifully, tourniquet. Yeah, so it just stuck in my head. But I know better. It's tourniquet. Thank you, Gillian Horton. So here's the thing, now. I'm going to say this morning that I'm going to juxtapose 2 things this morning. Not because they are related, because I don't know, we don't know. But I'm juxtaposing them because of the proximity with which they've happened. Also, the story we carried that led the bulletin this morning, talking about that school where the abuse happened. Many people are saying which school it is, which school they think it is. As a news organization, we don't know because we haven't confirmed. We have to confirm before we tell it to you. And I know some of you in the comments are saying, so why didn't I name the school? It's because we haven't confirmed it. You know it, fine. But we have to confirm, or we have to make sure. So we have to use language that gives ourselves room. And we don't want anybody to say we have punished them school. We don't know if the AI video was used to make the uniforms look a different way from khaki to another color. We don't know all of these things. So we have to, what we know is that a student was assaulted. That's a fact. And that there were boys in the video. So until we establish which school it was, we can't say. So just understand that that's how news works, right? Before Jermaine plays the video, and this is another thing I agonized over, because there are children involved, minors, and I'm not comfortable with putting minors on display, especially one being ganged up on and assaulted in the way that this young boy was the subject to, the things he was subject to by his peers. But I had a discussion this morning, and given the different space we're inhabiting, where things are viral, everybody who was an interest can see something. It doesn't apply, that principle doesn't apply to everything, but for this one, it's part of the rationalization. And we will show the video, even though there are minors involved, and even though the video is distressing. But for those who didn't see it, we think it's our duty. The public's interest is best served, we believe, by doing it this way. Yeah? And again, many people may have an idea, many people may know conclusively which school it is. We have not established that. Until then, we just go as we did at 6 a.m. But before I do that, and here's what I mean about the juxtaposition. On April 14, the Parent Teacher Association at Jamaica College issued a statement, very well written statement, very considered. You can see every word weighed and measured. And I think I need to read the statement and then show the video. Not because I'm drawing a link between the video and the statement, but as I'm saying, the video and the statement came days apart. So that's the reason for the juxtaposition. This statement from the JC Parent Teachers Association. Listen to me now, listeners. It says, April 14, 2026, the Jamaica College Parent Teachers Association, PTA, has taken note of recent reports circulating in sections of the media and across social media platforms, which portray Jamaica College as an environment characterized by widespread gang activity, bullying, and disorder. As an independent body representing the interests of parents and students, the PTA considers it both necessary and responsible to address these assertions. The association wishes to state clearly that based on its own engagement with parents, students, and the wider school community, it has found no evidence to support claims of perversive gang culture or systemic bullying at Jamaica College. The PTA takes its responsibility to safeguard the welfare of its children very seriously and would be among the first to raise concern and demand accountability if such conditions existed. The statement continues, where isolated incidents may arise, as they can in any school environment, the PTA is satisfied that the institution has in place structured, responsive, and effective systems to address them. In particular, the association recognizes the work of the Dean of Discipline, the Dean of Student Affairs, and the Guidance Department, all of whom play a critical role in maintaining order, supporting students, and fostering a positive school culture. The PTA further notes that Jamaica College continues to provide a safe, supportive, and dynamic environment in which students thrive across a wide range of disciplines. The school's recent achievements, including success in national academic and co-curricular competitions such as Schools Challenge Quiz, music, Jamaica Stock Exchange High School Game Competition, All-Island Table Tennis, ISA Boys Championships, and under-16 and under-14 football are a testament to a culture of discipline, mentorship, and excellence. Such sustained success, this statement from the JCPTA says, across diverse areas would not be possible in an environment characterized by the level of disorder suggested in recent reports. The association is concerned that inaccurate or exaggerated portrayals of the school risk undermining the reputation of an institution of high repute that continues to play a vital role in the development of young men and in the wider national community. The association remains open to receiving any credible concerns and encourages anyone, including journalists, with specific information to bring such matters to its attention for proper review. The Jamaica College Parent Teachers Association stands firmly in support of the continued well-being, safety, and development of all students and remains committed to working constructively with all stakeholders to uphold these standards. Signed, Handel Johnson, President of the Jamaica College Parent Teacher Association. So, that's the...
To me, that sound like they're aware of the video and was preempting its release. That me get from that letter. They were aware that the video exists and was preempting its release.
Statement that JC's Parent Teachers Association published on April 14, 2026. Today is what? April 20, so 6 days ago. On the weekend, a video emerged that whether you're a parent or not, it saddens you what we saw in the video that I'm going to show moments from now. Just to say that this JC statement followed a published story concerning a boy who was abused, assault money that was found and here grabbed and punched, and surgery is going to be needed to repair damage to an eye, and really harrowing what happened to that boy on the JC campus, prompting the Parent Teachers Association to hit out.
Guys, okay, bring it up to 50,000 taps and we go from this one. Tap up the screen and bring it up.
At how the media portrayed the issue and saying JC is not that kind of place. That was the reason for the statement published by the Parent Teachers Association at Jamaica College on April 14. The video I'm going to show now, again, we have not made any call on which school the boys are from. Or even if the boys were at school, we said inside a building, because that's what appears obvious. We don't know which building, but we said inside a building. You may have your own view, but we are not calling it for whichever school. Watch this video and tell us what you think. No, usually we play videos like these as a King play it again, but King don't play it again.
Jesus Christ.
Just as Tona read in the news at 6 this morning, what happened?
Can you imagine me sending a picnic at school and at that me see on the internet? Remember them people?
Chuck, after the first 2 boxes, you know, Chuck, me couldn't really watch you saying, you know, me just listening, you know. Turn on my face and listen.
Me just want to make the people them know, so them throbbing sound they were hear as somebody a box one little boy in their face, you know. And never pan them and knock, you know. The knocking sound them were hear. That was blows to the little boy face.
And I want big strong boy, I do it too. And I like.
So look, we broke it down. The aggressor drapes up, as we'd say, the victim. And his hands look to be heavy because of some hell of a box him drop with that right hand. And the aggressor has all the mannerisms of someone who appears to be experienced in this kind of thing. The walk, you see the walk, Tona? The strut, the bad man walk.
Yep.
You know, the mannerisms of somebody who is used to imposing himself physically. But leave it there. They are children, so you take time at the end of the day. So, for any school principal who presides over a school where the boys, we don't know if it's a co-ed school, but if you're a principal presiding over a school where your boys wear blue, I invite you to investigate this morning. Check it out. And we'd expect a statement in short order. We were calling, couldn't make any headway, and we'll call today. And we have an idea as to which direction to go to get to the information in the quickest, shortest time. And we'll make those calls. But as I said, all right, whether you're a parent or not, this is disturbing. And the source and the cause, I'm sure, for anger in a lot of people. But as a parent, you send your son to school and you see a gang and you notice how them spread out. And then you're slapping the boy in the face, you're boxing him and telling him, put your hand on your side. And in that situation, I know many people say, well, they would have go kill me, and there you go. The young man, I don't think at any point, the victim, I don't think he cried at any time. Credit to you, young man. Credit to you. In a room where you are trapped and the baying hounds of violence are around you, you held it together. You relinquished resistance. And you take the punishment. And I'm sure you're here to continue your education. So, any principal, any school board chairman presiding over a school where the boys wear blue, two different shades of blue, with a little white in the epaulette, based on what we saw in the video. I mean, AI could have changed the color of the uniform, I don't know. But whether or not that is the case, I will do some checks this morning. And whether or not you do your checks, we are doing our checks. And when we find out, the school will be called out.
Now, let me use that now to pose a question. Because most of them, we have to find the teaching moments when we have them, you know. So I'm going to use that to ask a question. With that incident at a school, it has been confirmed. All right, Bloom, let me confirm, Sir JC, you know. Oh, yes, I believe JC report has sent out a statement, so it's confirmed, yes. But I'm asking for a friend now. With that report come out, should we now call for the resignation of the Minister of Education? Because of my school? May I ask you, because something about a hospital and all of a sudden the Minister of Health must resign. I mean,
a team from the Ministry of Education went to that school this morning, JC, and that team was led by Senator Marlon Morgan himself, as was reported nationwide this morning.
I believe I saw Marlon put out a statement. Hold on, let me see if it's on thing there. But the question is, Chavi, are we now to call for the resignation of the Minister of Education?
Then if I saw your operators are country now, get nowhere, you know.
Chuck, you know when me hear the Barracuda from down at Alexandria say Pampine Life today? He say, under this government, the people then get violent in a school. Well, me happy, kind of happy say that the case, because if the people then they really get violent all when him go to school under Percival time, you probably wouldn't be around.
Different kind of violence would be prevalent in Jamaican school that don't happen in America.
Listen, let me tell you, you know, so this happened. This happened, and I'm happy, even though I feel so sad about how the little boy get beat up and something. But this did need to happen for JC really understand themselves. Because do you remember 2 weeks ago when the little boy mother was on nation?
Like all,
hold on, Peter. Let me play.
I am extremely disturbed, particularly in my capacity as Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, at the savagery evident in that now viral video depicting students at one of our prominent high schools inflicting violent blows on one of their peers. I can confirm that while the ministry is embarked on its own investigations to establish further and better particulars surrounding the incident, I will be joined by senior officers of the ministry later this morning to include school safety and security personnel, as well as guidance and counseling support. As emphasized by our portfolio minister, Dr. Morris Dixon, it must be understood that our schools are to function as safe and empowering spaces, conducive to the learning needs and the development of all students. We have a zero tolerance policy regarding violence and bullying at our schools, and we will impress that upon the student body and implore students, teachers, parents, and other stakeholders in education to use appropriate channels to resolve conflicts and disputes and not take matters into their own hands. Like all right-thinking Jamaicans, I am extremely disturbed, particularly in my capacity as Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, at the savagery evident in that now viral video.
You see, I think should happen to all them. You see, the little boy, you know, you do with him. No expel him from school, you know. But in classroom must now move to Upper Camp. Yeah, that camp him go school from now on. In liver camp, in trainer camp. Camp is where you put them and now you instill the discipline in them. That's what we would do. Move him classroom now to the upper camp. Make him understand.
I can still go over there, Chuck.
Petal, I want you to make the point you started out before we got the video. I want you to go back to the point you were making.
No, I was saying, as sad as it is, this kind of needed to happen for JC understand themselves, because a couple weeks ago, when the mother came out and was talking about how them beat up her son, and the little boy no need for go do all eye surgery. JC didn't acknowledge and accept their update at me now. You all know that, right?
They were very defensive in their response.
Yes, and they now have evidence
higher than thou attitude, and it was sad and distasteful.
And this is a school where we take pride into this, and you saw how our children, how they successfully did this at boys and girls. It's a boys and girls champs, and then this and that and school challenge and whatever. And they never address it. You see, if then like a drunkards did get arrested, charged, expelled, go find school, put them or go school them on no frack, then wouldn't them one year already learn, say, when you put your hand on people pitney, these are the things we have. You know what? Let me tell them, this something upset me. If the mother that they get couple of the hand and take off, they don't did understand at work. Yeah?
You
I
see?
don't want to get charged, you know. I don't want to get charged, you know. I want to deal with it myself. Oh.
You see, the position where Ruel Reid finds himself in I think it is sad. I think it is sad, the position Ruel Reid finds himself in. But the reason why Ruel Reid finds himself in that position is simply because some of the changes that he was trying to bring about. And as Bruce Golding said in the address a couple of years ago, these people resist any form of changes. And Ruel Reid was trying to force some of them changes upon them, whether them want to or that. And that is why Ruel Reid is where he is today. And again, a whole lot of things in him call pan, and when him free, then again. But the position where Mina was there because he was trying to instill some changes with the people I never want. Changes to the PTA, changes to the JTA, changes to all of these organizations. I remember, I think it was about 2016 or 2017, somewhere around that time. Sharon Hay Webster said that Ruel Reid was probably the most prepared Minister of Education we'll ever have. That's our assessment of it. And if he continued in the position, I believe that some of the problems we have in today we would not be having it. I believe some of them will not be having it, right? But that's for a different story. Some of these schools are more worried about their name and their image more than the safety and well-being of our children. Yes, their image means more than anything. So if anything them find out that happen and that for them watch to your picnic, it is more important for them to protect them image than to protect your picnic. It is sad, but it is absolutely the truth. And I believe that Jamaica College falls under that umbrella. Jamaica College sadly falls under that umbrella. Now, the leadership of these schools, the board members and all of that, some of them PTAs are richer than others. Yes, JC, KC, Calabar, them have very rich PTA chapters all over, past student association all over, and them rich that way there. So if the picnic were commit the violence, or the picnic them were commit the violence is of a certain bloodline, then it is best to sweep it under the counter. What if the one that is the victim of the violence is not equally as endowed as the other one? It is best to sweep it under, because the image of the school is more important. But anytime we change that, where the well-being of the kids outweigh the image of the school, then we are going to have lesser incident than like this. Now, the fact is that there is nothing. Well, that's not. There's very little the school could have done to prevent this incident. Yeah, some picnic were just then come out of a certain environment, then live in a certain environment, and that are the environment will then carry with them all over. That is no excuse, because as me say, if that was ever my picnic, Jesus Christ, that may excuse it. But as school, as educational institution, we have to show that we have a zero tolerance when it comes to these things. Zero tolerance. It doesn't matter. Your name could have been on the auditorium where your father, your mother, your family donated. The same rule apply to you. We don't have that in our system. Like I said, we have this system whereby the school name and the school image, and by extension, the school's donation is more important than that of the well-being of the student. And we have to change that, people. We have to know, so listen, there was a time in Jamaica, where Peter, I never used to go to school them time, where respect for your uniform, the uniform where you wear, people used to have to respect them uniform.
Chuck, me go all girls school. Let me tell you something. You could not, after school, we were taught to walk two abreast, okay? We cannot go into any supermarket, we can't go anywhere in our uniform after school. Home, the bus, if your parents pick you up from school, and straight home. No stops on the way home. If you might be able to go into a store if you are going home with your parent, but you must not be shopping. It must be your parent that is doing the shopping, not you. Okay? And you go straight home. If you're ever caught in a plaza after school or any supermarkets, any shops, okay? Guarantee you say somebody, and any time they Pitney inform and Pitney usually have prefect sometime. They might also walk plazas and spat the pit in them, and you get right up and guarantee you say your next day at school you're in a principal office. Yeah? Oh. And also if you behave badly on the bus.
On the bus, somebody are gonna report you. But does school today still have those rules that the last time I checked a couple of years ago, I think Woolmers, they still have that enforced whereby when you're done school, you can't be seen in any stores or anything like that. A couple of years ago, I don't know if they still have it now.
Still have it.
Right? But back then, students themselves used to respect the uniform where them wear. I don't know if that exists anymore. And it comes down to, as I say, you see, we have to understand and make people understand. So when you step out of my house, you represent my house. Anything you do, that way people are going to think that me do. And you have to uphold the standard of that. When you step out of the community, you represent the community. You have to make people know, say, as long as you walk, you're an ambassador for somewhere, or you're an ambassador for someone. You're an ambassador for your parents. You're an ambassador for your house, for your community, for the church where you go, for the school where you go. How you behave is what people are going to think of your parents, what people are going to think of your house, what people are going to think of your community. A woman still have it, Shabba, right? What people are going to think of your community. You have to start teach people them something there. Teach people them thing there.
So this morning, me and my mother talk, right? And she has said to me, say, when the playing field wasn't leveled, people usually complain and say this and that and blah, blah, blah. But she, as my mother does say, when all them started high school, if you are not sing, chong, chang, and if you ever go put your address, say you come from CVO, or Papine, nobody ever look over there in the school there, yeah? There's no say a straight secondary school, yeah, go. And you see, then level the playing field and this is what we get. This is what we get. Like, what are these children taught? I mean, also some parents try, some parents go above and beyond. But even the fact say you can go to school and you can do another picnic like that and you not care for the on video, you wonder.
It was done for the video.
Yeah, how were they raised?
It was done for the video. And I'm sure when you go, I'm sure my friend there, come to this little boy, come to this little boy. It was done for the video.
Did you get us an extortion? Can me if it's this money thing, you know?
Extortion.
Okay.
Where the money and the jacket there? Not a thing, but probably that little boy come from a family where have a little money and them realize them come to school and them have him things and them want it too.
And it look like, because the previous video where the little boy almost used him, I the same money things that look like some extortion thing around up there.
There's a massive extortion racket going on at JC.
Yeah.
Well, I hope and I pray to God that this one will be the last one, because those must be made an example of. Again, I can't imagine if me as a father sit down another video that me say, I say, wait on, no me son that. No me ain't father, they know somebody else I deal with him, so. No my son that.
Me growing up also my father don't believe none of we not get no beaten. The boy and our girls, we not believe in
reality check. I agree. I totally agree.
So you imagine you never put your hand on your picnic yet. You see.
I go leave them there alone because them kind of something they kind of get me angry. Me not like see them for other people picnic, most less me imagine say my one. But Chavi, when was the what date was the last sitting at the PAC? Let's remember which date was the last one.
Last week, Tuesday the 14th.
14th. Let me find that. Senate, no, not the Senate. PAC meeting the 14th.
Chuck. Chuck, yeah, just one little point before you leave the topic here. Just let me just say, what happened, you know, Chuck? When a little you go to school, them get bullied and start that way. And what happened now? When them get bigger now, you know, them continue the same thing. That's what I know, you know. A little you going, a little grade 7 youth, you said them starting. And then when him reach grade 9 or so, you know, him start and next little one will come in.
We're coming after him.
Yeah. So is that thing we're going remember, is that thing we're going to college to what them call ragging, you know. You go college as a freshman and them rag you. And when you read senior man,
them have a name feed.
Yeah, man. When you read senior man now and a freshman come in, you start rag them.
I remember there was a movie one time named Broken Arrow. And when the general asked what was a broken arrow, the man says when a nuclear weapon go missing. And the man said, you don't know which is worse, you know. Whether it happen or it happen so often that you have a name feed.
But Mickey, that I not really want fear coming. So you have to say some, cause I know all children will get.
Molly, I don't think me not sure if me da agree say we must punish the parent, because the truth in the fact some of these parents are actually doing their utmost best.
Yeah.
I don't know if me I go agree if he said charge the parent, you know, Molly. No, some of the parents are irresponsible, you know, but some of them if they find out say feed them pick they do them thing at school, them shock. So if them literally find out that these are the things that their kids are doing at school, they would be shocked. So I am not sure if I would agree with them. But more, I go make we go through the next thing here about
one second, Chuck. When me that say to Molly is that make your parents them pay dearly. Pay for all of the picnic, the damages, the therapy and all of that. That me that agree with. But them little boy, you remember when we used to have family, Chuck? Them figure a family, them figure up.
One of the biggest deterrent to bad behavior when me did young family school. Yes, man. One of the biggest behavior. Everything you do, police.
And then the picnic when you used to go family in the time there, never half as bad as the man when you choke. All the picnic were just not these picnic usually go family.
No, what happened in Petal? Those kids back in the day were better than these, man. Them are coward, you know. Them only coward, you know, where push the badness, them are coward. Me can't tell you that, you know. You see what I'm saying?
But me don't know about that, Mickey. Then they picnic there. Then they picnic we used to go family. Yes, some of them usually fight and so, but a lot of picnic we used to go family. A little RDS picnic where they maybe not go school as though they're supposed to go school, you know, they maybe call school every now and again. 1 and 2 will go feel like a fight and so. But the level of violence, now when me see, and how them are carry on and now because they have social media, where they want them, no, me think it's way worse. Mickey, we never
used family school classic. We never
talk about family. We never used to be here so on bus when we are going from school. They picking them all a grind on the bus them now. They picking them all a look on you when we are picking and we are grow up and adults coming at the bus. No care we are be able to whisper. So them are picking talk out openly. Then tell the adults then can't come down at the back of the bus. Then do all no. In a way time as picnic, we never stay so. You can't compare it to them at picnic now.
The first other business better, you can't see that one adult in there one.
Exactly. No, right. lady go find someone else and go because the bad sister with the up here where you come on the bus and start picnic bus this. Crazy.
What am I saying? A petal them road, but them not bad. You see what I'm saying? Them road, but them are coward. Me I talk about in them days.
But classic. What I make it? Classic. Where's the family school still there?
Which part? Which part?
Homes. Them still have it, but them call it homes. You understand?
Oh.
One is in Clarendon.
Homes used to different, you know. We usually We have one boys home in a St. Mary.
I then call Famatory school, man. I then call Famatory.
No, but those children used to go to those schools were like orphans. A lot of orphans used to go to those schools. But you usually have the Famatory school them different where they have behavior where they usually deal with behavioral children. You have boys' homes where a lot of the boys that will go there are orphans. That's how I know.
So the homes are what I talk about. The homes, you know, them do teaching at the homes. But when you excel and you pass your exams and so them send you go to the traditional schools. Like the different high schools. But let me tell you, a few years ago, myself and a team went to one of them in Clarendon here. And it's not pretty up there. Enough of them youth I couldn't survive them homes are right now. Enough of them. Even some of them I'm seeing in the video. Rough thing, man.
Maybe we should have start, advertising it again.
Yeah, man. Me say some boy, them say, boy, sir, I beg you, do anything to make we come out of it. Anything. You understand? Because
it used to be a deterrent. Me know people is afraid when you hear the names and they say you go. You join on your shell.
Yeah, man, when I do something, when I just take a time out and visit one, you understand?
Back in the days when people go Famatory school, them not come out of Famatory school until them are 18-year-old. Before them adult, them lead Famatory school.
But I see them thing also. I see them thing happen same way. It's just that they get the privilege to go to school.
Then go there and learn a trade.
It was like a picnic prison.
Yeah.
Famatory was different from
Famatory was different.
From homes where boy go because them are orphan and then no
Famatory, then go Famatory.
No, man. I don't tell you no how it go. Because me going at the system.
All right, hold on, Abel. Hold on. Let's say, Abel, you are a pass. What you call it? Inmate or student?
I was grown up in the system. And me used to get trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And no matter in that time you did have a place and where Carbies used to be, the back of Carbies, the name Children's Service, no vouch.
Oh yeah, we know a vouch there.
All right. Before vouch was the name vouch, it was Children's Service behind the back of Carbies and Slipe Road, right at the bridge lesson.
Mm-hmm.
And you'd have, we can tell you the name of the people them. That time you have a lady named Miss Johnstone, Miss Carol, Miss Stewart. I don't remember all of them names. And when them took me to Miss Johnstone, my mother said, come, Miss Johnstone said she want to see you. I remember I went with her the Monday morning. Miss Johnstone took me to Family Court and Duke Street, at the top of Duke Street in another corner. There were 4H have the office there.
Mm-hmm. Right in the deep corner there.
Right in the deep corner there. And when you go, your name call and you go in. And when you go in, the judge look on your file that them have set up for you and then say, the first thing the judge said, we will take you from your parents and keep you in a home, a place of safety. That time the name was down at Paradise Street, down at Raytown bottom there. So you used to have a home name, St. Patrick, place of safety. Before I got there, so the inspector took me to Maxwell Park because she know my father. And when St. Patrick Place of Safety didn't receive me, them call and them ask, because them think I run from out of the station. She have to come for me and carry me down there. She is the lady when them say you will stay in a place of safety until you are 18. But at St. Patrick, we go school, we do art and craft, we do everything down there. You have a dormitory. Everybody of us have a surety to do in the morning. It's either you clean the dormitory, you sweep up the yard, or you do something before breakfast. Then after that, when you come out for breakfast, before you even go class, them have a thing of them called counseling, where one of the staff give you some introduction of things that you can become in life and so. And then from there you go class. I remember the last time I went to court, the judge turned to me and said, you will stay in a home of place of safety until when you're 18. The inspector herself stand up and say, Your Honor, could you put this in his file that when he's going to move from St. Patrick to another home, we would like him to go to Alpha.
So what was life in other places like?
No, two things. You get all the everything. You get chance to go to church and everything. Do you see me? But it was rough, just like anything. If you're soft, you're going to get the hen of the stick. Man, I tell you, say, shut your eye, and when you open your eye, all your bread yam, your 5 slices of bread gone. You have to go to school. You must go in a class. You have youth, there's some of them, you know, we don't know no mother and father, you know, so it was a mix-up of everybody, you know, and not just bad picnic mix up to bad picnic. You have kids out there where children used to get troubling parents and getting in. You have boarders there. All of us have to subdue to the rules and regulation of the school.
So it instills some level of discipline.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, hold on, Darby, don't leave. Come on, hold on. Let me run the nationwide news a little bit and then we get
I have two
I'm Vivian Williams. And I'm Mahiri Stewart. In nationwide news at this hour, charges could soon be laid on one of the Jamaica College students seen in a viral video physically assaulting a schoolmate. Residents of Steerfield St. Anne confront the police following operation that left 2 men dead. Jamaica's financial system remained resilient at the end of 2025 despite Hurricane Melissa setback. Dr. Andrew Holness calls on Caribbean universities to use their expertise to assist in spurring regional economic growth.
Our universities must take an instrumental position in supporting governments to grow.
Relative of burn victims call for a fully specialized standalone burn unit to be established in Jamaica. In news from the rest of the world, 6 detained, 22 guns recovered in Trinidad and Tobago police station attack. FBI director files $250 million lawsuit against the Atlantic. In sports, a Jamaican cricket icon is now co-owner of an international T20 cricket franchise. And later in our broadcast, in our cover story at 5:35, nationwide news understands charges could soon be laid against a JC schoolboy seen in a video assaulting his schoolmate in the presence of 6 other boys. Permanent Secretary in the Education Ministry, Senator Marlon Morgan, will join us. In the nation's business at 6:25, Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness is calling on Caribbean universities to use their expertise to assist in spurring regional economic growth.
We need the University of the West Indies to be a critical partner in our development.
You'll hear more. Taking you around the world at 6:45, Trinidad and Tobago's Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar says there's no need for a curfew following the killing of a police woman and the theft of several guns from a police facility on Sunday. Senior multimedia journalist at One Caribbean Media in Trinidad, Alex Bruzuel, will join us. And at 7, it's the comments section with Shaloy Smikle and Mahiri Stewart. This evening, they're asking, what's your reaction to the assault on a JC schoolboy by his schoolmates? Give us your comments by logging on to our Facebook page, Nationwide News Network, and by tweeting us at Nationwide Radio, and message us on WhatsApp at 876-285-5693. You can also leave your comments on Instagram at Nationwide 90FM. All these and more as we take you home on air on your mobile, Nationwide 90FM, RevoNews.ai. And on the Revo News app, it's available on Google Play and the App Store. This Monday afternoon, it's Monday, April 20, 2026.
But me no longer pay attention.
The details. Charges could soon be laid on one of the boys seen in a viral video physically assaulting his schoolmate at Jamaica College in St. Andrew. That's according to commanding officer for the St. Andrew Police Division, that's St. Andrew Central Division, acting SSP Mark Harris. In an update with our news center on Monday, acting SSP Harris says the victim has been interviewed by the police, but he says none of the aggressors have been taken into custody. Meanwhile, the administration of Jamaica College says it's launched an investigation into the incident. In a media release on Monday, principal of Jamaica College, Wayne Robinson, says the video was brought to his attention on Saturday, April 18. Robinson says the school began probing the case immediately. He notes that the matter is being treated as urgent and serious. On Monday, a team from the Ministry of Education visited the school to meet with the administration and students. The ministry says it's working with the leadership of Jamaica College to identify all parties involved to ensure appropriate disciplinary and corrective measures are implemented.
Tensions were high in Steerfield St. Anne on Monday after residents confronted a police team following an operation that left 2 men dead. A snippet of the confrontation has been making the rounds on social media. Shalois Michael reports.
The incident reportedly occurred about 5:50 a.m. during an operation at a house in Steerfield. The police say a team of about 17 members from the Area 5 Fugitive Apprehension Team was conducting a targeted operation search of a suspect believed to be in possession of prohibited weapons and unauthorized ammunition. Reports are that when the police entered the premises, they encountered 2 armed men who opened fire at them. The police say in fear for their lives, they returned fire. The alleged gunmen fell to the ground. A shotgun and a pistol were reportedly seized. The police say their efforts to get the injured men into their vehicle to take them to hospital were thwarted by angry residents who blocked the road. The police say the 2 alleged gunmen were eventually taken to the St. Anne's Bay Hospital. The men, identified as Ramon Henry and Davian Henry, later died. A snippet of the confrontation has been circulating online. The 1 minute and 30-second video shows 2 police cars parked at what appears to be the bottom of a hill. It shows at least 8 residents shouting at 3 policemen. It's not clear what they were saying. One of the policemen pulled what appears to be a firearm from his waist and loudly told the group to back off. Another police started shouting, "Get back!" The residents began retreating while still shouting at the trio. The person recording the video from a distance mentioned the fatal shooting incident. He then panned the recording device to a house where he says the incident occurred. It also shows another police vehicle parked below the house. The incident is being probed by the Independent Commission of Investigations, INDECOM. Shalois Michael for Nationwide News. Meanwhile, Member of Parliament for South East St. Anne, Dr. Kenneth Russell, is urging INDECOM to ensure a thorough and impartial probe into the fatal police shooting in Steerfield. In a release on Monday, Dr. Russell says the concerns being raised by the residents are deeply troubling. He says they've strongly disputed claims of a shootout. According to Dr. Russell, the residents account that there was no immediate threat posed to the police, if substantiated, would point to serious concerns regarding the use of force. While also urging residents to remain calm, Dr. Russell reaffirmed his support to the community's call for answers and justice.
Jamaica's financial system remained resilient at the end of 2025 despite a late-year setback caused by Hurricane Melissa. That's according to the Bank of Jamaica's annual report for the period. However, the central bank warned the country's financial system remains vulnerable to external shocks as experienced in recent months, such as geopolitical instability and weather-related phenomena. Siobhan Campbell tells us more.
According to the Bank of Jamaica's annual report for 2025, its composite indicator of microfinancial conditions improved during the first 3 quarters of 2025. This was driven by strong credit growth, low inflation volatility, declining public debt, and improved performance in the domestic equity market. However, conditions weakened in the December quarter due to the impact of Hurricane Melissa. Still, the BOJ noted that the index stayed well below levels associated with financial crises. Stress tests results highlighted the system's underlying strength. Deposit-taking institutions, DTIs, and securities dealers maintained a capital adequacy ratio above the regulatory minimum of 10%, even under simulated shocks. The BOJ says liquidity assessments show that both sectors could withstand a hypothetical 20% withdrawal of deposits. But withdrawals would need to reach roughly 51% before the DTIs risked reaching inadequate levels of capital. The financial system also demonstrated resilience to market risks, including sharp movements in exchange rates and interest rates. Under combined stress scenarios, capital levels across institutions remained above minimum thresholds. The BOJ's annual report also revealed that credit risks, while slightly elevated, remained contained. The ratio of non-performing loans increased to 2.8% at the end of 2025, up from 2.5% a year earlier, but stayed well below the 10% benchmark. Stress scenarios simulating increases in bad loans of up to 50% still showed institutions maintaining adequate capital. The central bank cautioned, however, that the financial system remains exposed to external risks, particularly geopolitical development and weather-related shocks. Looking ahead, the bank projects that the sector will remain sound in 2026, supported by strong capital positions, adequate liquidity, and continued regulatory oversight. Siobhan Campbell for Nationwide News.
Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness is calling on Caribbean universities to use their expertise to assist in spurring regional economic growth. The Prime Minister made the call while addressing the American Foundation for the University of the West Indies at its 29th annual gala in Manhattan, New York on Friday. He was giving his acceptance speech after receiving their Legacy Award. Mahir Stewart has that story.
Dr. Andrew Holness told the room of diaspora leaders and academics in New York that there's an urgent need in the Caribbean for educated minds capable of steering the region in the right direction. The Prime Minister believes those minds in areas such as risk management, bureaucracy elimination, and economic growth can be found on the campuses of regional tertiary institutions.
Our universities must take an instrumental position in supporting governments to grow. And that will come from taking more deliberate positions in developing new technologies, in taking positions on how we manage risks. We need a new culture on efficiency, particularly efficient bureaucracy. Now our university must play a critical role in securing our economic independence and our economic thought and guide us as a people to navigate these very different and difficult times.
Pointing to the devastation caused by Hurricane Melissa, Dr. Holness charged that the UWI must play its part in the restoration and redevelopment process.
We were struck by the third most powerful hurricane in recorded history. It left a trail of devastation across the island. It was a disaster. But it also created an opportunity to build forward better. In order to do this, we need the University of the West Indies to be a critical partner in our development.
Dr. Holness also addressed the current geopolitical concerns. He told the gathering that the Caribbean region must recognize this constantly changing climate and adapt accordingly.
The Chancellor said it best. We are in changing times, a time where disruption is the norm. We are seeing a change in the world order as we knew it to be. An order that is less forgiving, an order that expects all of us to stand on our own 2 feet and truly exercise our independence. It will require a change in our mindset, a change in how we as Caribbean people see the world and our place in the world.
Mahiri Stewart for Nationwide News.
5 men charged in connection with a $12 billion cocaine seizure in Havendale, St. Andrew in 2024 are set to stand a trial on March 8, 2027 in the Home Circuit Court. The trial date was confirmed during a trial readiness hearing before Justice Sonia Bertram Linton on Monday. The accused are Junior Haldane, Clive Davis, Colin Ricketts, Aubrey Sterling, and Clayton Peart. Haldane and Sterling had their bail extended while the remaining accused were remanded. In the interim, a bail renewal application for Davis and Ricketts is scheduled for June 4. All 5 men face charges of possession of cocaine, dealing in cocaine, trafficking cocaine, and conspiracy. They were arrested on August 6, 2024, following a police operation at a premises in Havendale carried out by the Firearms and Narcotics Investigation Division with support from the Counterterrorism and Organized Crime Investigation Branch. The security forces reportedly seized several knitted bags containing cocaine. Police say the substance weighed more than 2,600 kilograms. Police say the raid was intelligence-driven and that the men were allegedly preparing to load the cocaine onto a bus at the time. You're listening to Nationwide News at 5 more news after these.
Right. I know I'm going with me at TikTok, but
you're listening to Nationwide 90 FM. The time is
5:15.
The little move a while ago. TikTok put me on restriction. They said little move I move. I didn't spend a minute away. So it look like somebody sit down particular watch me every time I get out there so in gone.
Flexible delivery options that fit your top up while the news is playing. Top up.
I know. I feel this.
Transform your future. Visit discover.msbm-uwi.org and apply online for graduate degree. MSBM, global knowledge, regional solutions.
Continuing the news, the aunt of 2 St. Catharines siblings who died from injuries sustained in a fire is calling for the establishment of a fully specialized standalone burn unit in Jamaica. 14-year-old Gabriella Wright died during the fire on April 10. Her brother, 21-year-old Courtney Daly, died in hospital on Friday, April 17. Their aunt Raquel says the resources in the hospital to deal with burn victims are not enough.
We need a burn unit, and I'm really stressing it. Please, Prime Minister Andrew Boldness, you have to do something about this burn unit because Jamaica is a place that is a very dry place, and people can even like rubbish and place catch a fire. So we really have to implement a burn unit in Jamaica because it will happen again, and it can happen again. So we can't be careful and we cannot depend on the hospital because we don't have everything there to help us.
Each year, more than 1,000 burn victims are treated at Jamaica's public medical facilities, including Cornwall Regional Hospital, Kingston Public Hospital, and the University Hospital of the West Indies. This is according to Health Minister Dr. Christopher Tufton. He stated in February that these hospitals are staffed with skilled clinicians, plastic surgeons, and multidisciplinary teams who provide comprehensive care for the initial stabilization to reconstructive surgery. Minister Tufton noted that while severe burns require highly specialized care, local hospitals have proven their ability to successfully manage many complex cases. In the meantime, the family is seeking the assistance of the public, with 15 people left homeless after the fire.
Raquel Dancer for Price. You can just type in Raquel Dancer for Price, and then you can send me a message or try to reach out to her because we really needed your help. We didn't get to save him, but we're still in need because we have a family of 15. We have a family of 15. No hope. Children need to go back to school. Children are doing PEP, so we are really a family that's really lost everything.
Raquel, the aunt of 2 fire victims.
World in a Minute is brought to you by ABC Electrical Sales. We make things as easy as ABC. Hose assembly and supply, equipping Jamaica for success. And Charles Consulting Network.
You see that story there now? That story they go back to the thing that we were discussing earlier about the image that the people in place on social media about the gas crisis.
6 people are now in custody in Trinidad and Tobago following the murder of a policewoman and the theft of dozens of firearms from a police facility on Sunday. The body of Acting Corporal Anushka Eversley was discovered at the San Fernando City Corporation Municipal Police Station. 62 firearms and some 4,000 rounds of ammunition were stolen from the armory. Those detained include 2 municipal police officers and 4 civilians. They were held following a series of overnight intelligence-led operations coordinated by multiple units. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service says it has also recovered 22 guns from the stolen arsenal. These include 10 M&P pistols, 10 Glock 19 pistols, a Browning pistol, a Smith & Wesson pistol, and over 600 rounds of ammunition.
FBI Director Kash Patel has filed a $250 million defamation lawsuit against the Atlantic. He's accused the magazine of publishing false and damaging claims about his conduct in office. Patel alleges that the magazine published harmful claims, including accusations of excessive drinking and unexplained absences from duty. The article, citing sources, also alleged that Patel's conduct created a risk to public safety and national security. But The Atlantic has defended its reporting. The magazine said the article was based on interviews with dozens of individuals, including the White House. The Atlantic says it will stand by its reporting and journalists involved.
World in a Minute was brought to you by ABC Electrical Sales. We make things as easy as ABC. Hose assembly and supply, equipping Jamaica for success.
And Charles O'Connor Consulting Network, COCN, driven by international accounting standards, modern technology, and integrity.
Recapping the top stories making nationwide news at this hour, charges could soon be laid on one of the Jamaica College students seen in a viral video physically assaulting a schoolmate.
Residents of Steerfield St. Anne confront the police following operation that left 2 men dead.
Jamaica's financial system remained resilient at the end of 2025, despite Hurricane Melissa setback.
Dr. Andrew Holness calls on Caribbean universities to use their expertise to assist in spurring regional economic growth.
I'm Roby Ann Williams.
And I'm Mahiri Stewart.
You can find the news on our website at revonews.ai and on the Revo News app. It's available on Google Play and the App Store. News next, the headlines at 6.
Oh boy. Let me check back. Guys, oh, shit. Alright, so let me. Guys, what? Give me a sec. Me go. I feel me need to restart that something. They have me on a violation and me on a restriction.
Oh, I too you play the news?
I know the news. I will get up a while ago. The little time when me get up, I them put me on a restriction and violation.
So they not see you?
Yeah.
Restart and forward. Me want Marlon. Want play with Marlon. I go start.
The Marlon interview, yeah. I think at 6 o'clock he will come on to the interview. I go restart.
No man, it'll come on cover story. So in like 10 minutes, 10, 12 minutes, 35.
Come on, we can restart and come back by then.
No, make it say, man. Just put some taps on the screen, make it go and stay active. I don't. Right. Because them are somebody so long I watch me particularly.
Chuck.
Yeah, make it.
You know, say me just look at the newspaper headline. You know, say JC, I try to cover up the principal is a terrible brother. You know? Chuck, if you look at it, you hear him say, well, lick them in the video, come lick them in the Chuck. Chuck, them get statement right up and guess what now? When them put all say they might put something say the youths put in written statement and then them put say in verbally say this in apartheid. Because they were trying to cover up the damn thing so much, Chuck.
But that's what we've been saying, Mickey. That's why.
But Mickey, hold on, Mickey.
That's why it happened to the mother 2 weeks ago.
About 2.5 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago. There was another incident where one of their students got damaged by another student. And the way they handled it is what led to this because they were awful. Yeah, they were awful in the handling of it and they were defensive.
The lady was on Cliff interviewed her. I remember JC come forward and say they haven't received this yet, they haven't that. blah blah blah.
They
And
were ultra defensive, borderline attacking the woman.
Image is more
yeah,
important.
it's more important, and the woman even said her son have to go get surgery.
Yes.
She go to police station, go file a report, and JC said they haven't received an official report at the school, which in probably not. But I think the woman must have said she wasn't able to talk to anyone. I guess they were being evasive, and the same thing because even when the I always said to them that try to reach them and then couldn't reach them. And you see what happened?
Georgia try to reach them how long?
Yeah,
nationwide saying reporter over there. And they lock them out as well as other media entities. They lock them out of the school.
Yeah.
Understand me?
But listen,
even the PTA, it's with the first incident, even the Parent Teacher Association put up big statement.
They're right. So them are excellence in school challenge quiz, excellence in the It's a boys and girls champs, and this and that and whatever. And today on Cliff, a whole heap of parents writing a talk about what to them pitney on never hear Cliff today.
The principal can't manage. Hey, but better.
The principal, Chuck, now we are calling for the principal. You ask who to go. The principal must go.
But Petal, you need to look here. Chavi, just pull up the article and look at it and see what JC was really trying to do. JC, them are saying according to the statement, eyewitness said it was a fight between just boy 1 and boy 3, and that other boys interviewed to part them. No, boy 3 is the one that get injured. You know, boy 1 is the one now we're saying drop money. And you know what them say? Them say it is said at no point in his boy 3 written contemporary statement did he suggest that he was attacked and beaten up by bullies. Or that
Mickey, that sound like a lot at the previous report. It sound like you're having a.
Which previous one?
The one where the boy say, where them are trying to say a money drop and the little boy pick it up. The first boy will get beat up and almost losing eye. That statement that you read. That you read, you know, today something not really have no statement of such. Marlon issued a statement today. You read the previous incident.
Okay.
Give me the money where you borrow. What are we doing? They have an extortion ring over there. Yeah, because I see a money problem it was before, and I beat up about money and jacket again. This one just have a video.
And has the potential to unravel promising local talent and nurture future heroes who will strengthen the sport in that region.
I want to them children, man. Demons pull them up.
It's hoping the players can improve or at the very
Well, I don't know, but I believe that the schools them have to start at the well-being more important than the image.
Quarterfinals of the CONCACAF World Cup qualifiers. Jamaica advanced to the CONCACAF final championship round by topping Group B in the.
I believe, yeah. So they would attempt to cover up something like that.
Look at you.
I didn't throw up on the stove. Let me go and stove.
Championship FIFA window for women's football. That's between November 25 and December 2. Now, based on the current CONCACAF ranking, the Jamaicans are scheduled to face Costa Rica in that quarterfinal. Now, the winner of that quarterfinal between Jamaica and, if it happens to be Costa Rica, will go directly to the World Cup in Brazil next year. Now, the final opponent, the quarterfinal opponent for Jamaica, will only be confirmed when CONCACAF announces whether they'll be using the April CONCACAF ranking to seed the teams, or use the June CONCACAF ranking. That's the next ranking that will be coming out. Because if they go with the June CONCACAF ranking, then possibly the opponent might change. It could remain Costa Rica, but if they use the April CONCACAF ranking, it's going to be Costa Rica. If it's a June ranking, it may change. Of course, Jamaica is looking to qualify for a third World Cup final on the spin. And I tell you, the Jamaicans can also qualify at the same time for the Los Angeles Olympic Games in 2028 if they beat Costa Rica or whoever the opponent is. Because if the US win their game, they're through to the Olympic as well because they're the host. But Jamaica, if they win, they're also in as well. Wolverhampton Wanderers, they've been relegated from the English Premier League after 8 seasons in the English top flight. Their demotion was confirmed after.
And I want to congratulate the Reggae Girls. I see they got a very good turnout at the National Stadium. First in a long time I've ever seen the stadium that fill for a female game. I think they were well supported, but after what the man them do, we have to turn we love football to the female and Filico refuge. So they're good, and I love them go one next World Cup. But more the next World Cup, they don't carry the politics with them like they did the last time. Me never like that part there. That's why I never buy a ticket for the last match. Me never like that part there, the thing, you know. But it was good. Mister then get the setting, right? But guys, don't worry when we're done with Nationwide, we are going to delve into the last sitting at the house, you know.
West Ham United and Crystal Palace played out a goalless draw in the London derby at Selhurst Park a couple of hours ago.
But we should ask Chavi, what happened between Manchester United and Chelsea over the weekend? I must have been missed. What happened to that match there?
Have given Wolves a
Manchester United. Hold on. Manchester United did not play Chelsea. You need to understand that. Manchester United played Bluco. Chelsea ceased to exist when Roman Abramovich was ousted. All right, so please understand that much.
Manchester United killed them.
So hold on, what you say? Chelsea no longer exists. So we kill Chelsea, we kill Arsenal.
Listen, Chelsea they on pause, and may I tell you? You understand me? Chelsea they on pause right now. Bluco. And them a do a lot of things. Them a run a lot of kids sphere and it not really work out for them, and sooner or later them have to go leave and then Chelsea will return. Yeah.
Judge this morning, Judge said they want worm medicine, they want deworm and they want akeda something. Uno want hear where False Body say about the roadblock. Here she well dressed now. Out of video herself.
Sections of the roadway at Barnet, Bush, Hampton, and Gutters were blocked by bus operators and commuters. And I want to be clear about something, because what happened this morning is a reflection of the frustration that has been building for months now. Because for nearly 6 months now, since Hurricane Melissa, the main access through Springmount has been cut off. That road is the primary way that residents from communities like Niagara, Johnson, Arcata, Mokogyal, and Maroontown and Springfield get in and out of Montego Bay every single day. And here's the reality for us in South St. James. We are landlocked. To get in and out of Montego Bay, we have to pass through multiple constituencies, through Springmount in East Central St. James, through Gutters to Hampton across East and West Central St. James, or through Long Hill to Barnet Bush, which goes through West Central St. James. So when one road fails, it affects everything. Instead, people have been forced to rely on alternate routes that are unsafe and under-maintained. The Hampton to Gutters Road is a narrow one-lane road with deep precipice along the side, and the surface craters. Long Hill to Barnet route is longer, more deteriorated, and adding more costs and commute time for transport operators. We're paying thousands just to travel. I have consistently represented these concerns in Parliament, in formal correspondence to the Minister, and in direct engagement with the National Works Agency. This is a route I travel every single week, and what people are asking for now is simple. What is the plan for Springmount, and when will it be fixed? We have heard that options are being considered. So whether it is acquiring land along the hillside to reroute the road or to repair the breakaway itself, what is the decision and when will the work begin? In the meantime, I'm calling on the St. James Municipal Corporation to urgently address the Hampton to Gutters Road, which residents are now forced to depend on. We understand the impact of a hurricane, but 6 months later, people need direction and they need action now. The NAA has said they've started to do some base work along the Anchovy to Barnet Bush Road, and so we're going to be looking out over the next couple of days to see how they improve the surface. We need action now. Well, this morning, sections of the...
We need action now. See if Marlon come up the chat.
She can't look a job at TV, Petal.
Could be relegated on Tuesday, well, on Wednesday, if they fail to beat title chasing Manchester City.
Fast forward a little bit, Chuck, you delay.
Yeah, me know.
Leicester City with Reggae Boys, Bobby, Dico Dover Reed, and Dejuan Richards.
Hold on, get me forward. But it is funny that these people never choose to block the road until after you tell them to.
In a world filled with AI, artificial
Until you tell them to. And you go up on platform and tell them, say, until we get upset with Black Road.
You think tell them to do political motivated, and it is a parish council road, a PNP councillor road.
You see, when people don't know them responsibility, Nathaniel, as members of parliament, this is what happened.
This is hurt and Miller do the same thing. We did PNP council, we have claimed the work of Miss Tanika Davis. And Miss Davis, we start go out and make the people know, say, oh, these roads that they been repaired under the spark program is doing, and not them. So the party needs to charge up the machinery. Miss Davis needs to step up. Can't sit down and live all over and take over what you do.
You see, I believe, say, we get to the time in politics now where we can't sit down and say people know and people understand.
Just as we need annual checkups with our doctor.
We have to go there and make sure so them know and make sure so them understand.
Caring for a family pet doesn't
right, that's what we did in a Jamaican politics right now.
has an exciting
Where
you know what we see happen today in a TV where you start a news after to turn into the road, you are picking a Santa Claus. Up till now, TVJ, you don't tell the Jamaican people, say, it's empty, Mr. Slowly and fix the road, you know. Then cut out the whole of the park and say, people and fix the road, you know. Knowing damn well, say, Mr. Slowly and fix the road, you know. That is how evil and wicked the idea of green is. Yes. Yes, the tractor and all of them sit where you see and them come on them out there and the cement. It's Mr. Slowly. And Mr. Slowly equipment them. And Mr. Slowly doing it when he hard. And not like evil Zulika jet they walking up and down and chat and complain and point fingers. That is the same man that they vote out. He's now the one happening fixing the road.
Tell them that again for me, Nathaniel. Who is fixing the road?
The same man where they vote out an artist. He's the one repairing the road in Santa Cruz where the RJ Green Communication Group deleted that section out of it and report to them, want to report to the Jamaican people that it look like they're sitting to come together and fix the road. That is not true. All the materials that was seen there fixing the road came from Mr. Delroy Gay, Slowly.
I only choose Mr. Slowly.
The equipment them when you see there fixing the road is from Mr. Slowly equipment them.
Mr. Slowly hardware they close by and he want to fix up in a area where he
why did the Greener company excluded Mr. Slowly from out of the video? And that is what no one been no petal. Why did the Greener company do that?
Can assist them in an ongoing investigation. She's asked to report to the Elliston Road Police Station right away, immediately. Any information on her whereabouts can be communicated to the Elliston Road Criminal Investigation, that CIB office at 876-928-4200. That's 876-928-4200 or 119 Police Emergency Control Center number. All right, so you can either call 876-928-4200 or the 119 Police Emergency number. All right, let's dive into what we have planned for you on today's edition of the program. Now, the charges could soon be laid on one of the boys seen in a viral video, which many of you might have already seen. And of course, the boy was seen being physically assaulted by his schoolmates at a Jamaica College in St. Andrew. That's according to commanding officer for the St. Andrew Central Police Division, that's acting SSP Mark Harris. In an update with our news center on Monday, acting SSP Harris says the victim has been interviewed by the police, but he says that none of the aggressors have been taken into custody. In the meantime, the administration of Jamaica College says it's launched an investigation into the incident. In a media release today, principal of Jamaica College, that's Wayne Robinson, says the video was brought to his attention on Saturday, April 18. Robinson says the school began probing the case immediately. He notes that the matter is being treated as urgent and serious. On Monday, a team from the Ministry of Education visited the school to meet with the administration and students. The ministry says it's working with the leadership of Jamaica College to identify all parties involved to ensure appropriate disciplinary and corrective measures are implemented. It's a difficult watch, so we want those who may have been the victims of bullying, may have been to just be mindful of this. It's really difficult to watch, but we'll play the video for you now. Very difficult scenes there.
Again, people in there, when they hear, as somebody hand and meet the little boy face,
to watch, very difficult scenes to watch. Now, we want to let you know, listeners, that we did try for the principal of Jamaica College, that's Wayne Robinson, and no response from Wayne Robinson. The chairman, Lance Hilton, says a statement is being finalized and that the school condemns the incident. The boys involved in the incident are before the school's disciplinary committee. The police say they won't speak on the matter until the boy or boys are charged. And of course, the JCPTA says it won't comment, allowing the school and the police to investigate. Now, we are being joined in today's conversation, though, by the ministry. Let me get to it here. The ministry, the parliamentary secretary, the education ministry, that's Senator Marlon Morgan, and the director of regional education services, Ministry of Education, Youth, Skills and Information, that's Otis Brown. Gentlemen, top of the afternoon to you. Welcome to Nationwide at 5.
Good afternoon, Tyrone. Let me say good afternoon to Mr. Brown and indeed your NNN listeners.
Indeed. It's Otis Brown or is it Otis Brown? Mr. Brown, it appears we're having a little difficulty with Mr. Brown's line. Let's get cracking with you, Senator Morgan. I'll allow you to react to what you saw in that video. I saw it. It angered me, and it's also heartbreaking to watch as well. What was your immediate reaction to what you saw in that video?
I, too, like many Jamaicans, found it most disturbing. What stood out to me was the fact that the young man who was being beaten upon did not seek to, ward off the blows or defend himself. In fact, one of the comments from police personnel with whom we interfaced today, she made mention that she could not finish watching the video. So that is just the nature of what Jamaica would have seen coming out. You can imagine that parents would be distressed. You can imagine that, persons who are having sight of that would be equally upset at what we saw. And it underscores the fact that as a society, we have our work cut out for us in relation to fostering behavior and mainstreaming behavior that sees people treating appropriately one toward the other and not having violence or bullies manifest itself in the way it tends to do from time to time in our society. We want to normalize and mainstream peace, which is not the absence of conflict, but really, Tyrone and listeners, the finding of appropriate ways and utilization of appropriate channels to resolve conflict and disputes.
We are talking with the Parliament Secretary in the Education Ministry, Senator Marlon Morgan. We're being joined by the Director of Regional Education Services in the Education Ministry, Youth Skills and Information, Otis Brown or Otis Brown. Is it Otis or Otis Brown, Mr. Brown? Otis Brown. Mr. Brown, you with us? Still not hearing there from Otis Brown. So we're up on a break. Let's take the break and we'll get more reactions to that really troubling video coming out of JC. Soon come.
Can you imagine a police officer? A police officer, said she couldn't finish watching video, A police officer who would have been used to seeing them something they said them couldn't finish watching.
Chuck, what did Marlon say? Me miss what him say about the picnic not try to ward off the blow. What must say?
Oh, he must say simple as the picnic just not try to defend himself,
So a boy should have tried to defend himself with so much of them?
Right, but that is the scenario, So if he tried,
they're going to beat him up more.
It would have been worse than him. Right. So now, think the other side of that now, that little boy that could turn up the next day at school with something more dangerous and do something. You don't go hear about what him do, but you will hear about what lead up to it, You know I hear about what lead up to it. Exactly. I tell you, if I did ever, if it was ever.
Plus energy saving fixtures. ABC Electrical Sales stocks brands like GE, Siemens, Philips, Hammer, and Allen Bradley. They also offer free island-wide delivery just to suit your needs.
Only because we caught on video.
Yeah, that's if you never catch on video, you wouldn't hear about it. They would have said a lie. Because as Mr. Nathaniel, these institutions care more about them image and the students' well-being.
Welcome back. Thank you so very much for staying with us. If you're on our YouTube channel, again, we offered a trigger warning because the video is hard to watch, but we have to look at these things. This is the nature of the beast that we have to deal with in our schools, and a situation of a boy being bullied. He's being physically assaulted by his peers at Jamaica College. And Jamaica College, again, in the news as a result of these allegations of bullying at the school. There was an incident recently. The school came out, denied it. Of course, the PTA president at the school also denied the reports coming out saying that, look, this is not what is, this is not the case, yeah? But this video made the rounds at the weekend, and it has really caused much debate, yeah, and understandably so. Very difficult to watch. A boy is seen grabbing, what we would say in Jamaica, draping another. If you are not on YouTube, just for our listeners on radio, a boy is seen grabbing another by the front of his shirt, demanding to know when some money would be paid. The main aggressor is the taller and physically bigger than the victim. That main aggressor is supported by another boy who has what appears to be a belt in his hand, but those boys and 3 others encircle the victim. The main aggressor slaps the victim in the face 7 times with his right hand. He also slaps him once with the left hand and once in the chest. The aggressor with the belt uses it to deliver 2 blows to the victim. At one point in the distressing video, the victim who was using his hands to shield his face from the strikes is told to drop his hands to his side, and I gather he complies. Very difficult to watch. You can just imagine parents having to watch their child being abused like this. It's heart-rending, and it is really infuriating to watch this kind of a thing. We have the Parliamentary Secretary in the Education Ministry, Marla Morgan, who's going to tell us what his administration is prepared to do to stamp out bullying out of schools. We also have Director of Regional Education Services in the Ministry of Education, Otis Brown, with us. And we're going to go to Otis Brown. Otis Brown, thanks so much for joining us. Top of the afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, Tyrone. Thank you very much for having me. Good afternoon to Senator Morgan as well, and all the staff in the room.
Indeed. Artist Brown, how pervasive is what we're looking at here? You are the Director of Regional Education Services. How pervasive is bullying and these incidents?
Well, as it concerns bullying, the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information usually require a school that they submit incident reports, and these reports are submitted on a monthly basis. We find that a number of our schools, but particularly our high schools, tended to report some incidents of bullying taking place among students. Bullying, of course, does not necessarily have to include violent behaviors, but we do see elements of bullying coming out of a number of reports that we get or conversations that we have with school leaders, with principals, vice principals, deans of discipline, even teachers.
Do we tabulate these incidents, the reports that are being made, particularly by the high schools? What are the total numbers we're looking at? For example, let's say for last year into this year, do we have those numbers?
I am not in a position now to give you a specific number, but I can tell you that about 50% of our schools that do submit reports from time to time do make reports about bullying of some kind among students.
And that's 50% of our high schools?
Well, primary schools do submit reports as well, but most of the cases, including bullying on the ground, do take place at the high school level.
All right, I'm trying to understand the numbers, though. So when you say 50% of schools report bullying, you're saying 50% of all schools in Jamaica?
So I'm speaking for Region 1 that I am in charge of, right. Kingston and St. Andrew. So there are 162 schools that fall under our remit in Kingston and St. Andrew. And the schools, when they do submit their monthly reports, so say, for example, you have 40 schools making their submissions at a particular time, you may find between 15 and 20 of those institutions reporting some incident that could be classified.
I'm sorry, that means I'm sorry, Mr. Brown. Repeat that for me. You say you told us you have about 100 plus schools in your region, which covers the parishes Kingston and St. Andrew, and you're saying how many of those schools report bullying?
So, say for example, in a particular month, you have about 40 schools submitting reports, because there are some months when there are no major incidents to be reported by schools. You usually find about 15 to 20 of those reports, including matters pertaining or that can be classified as bullying, although some of these matters reported usually are not so classified.
So why would the schools be advising of the incidents but not reporting them as bullying? Why is that?
Well, I suppose some people do not classify some actions by children as bullying. But once you get into the business of using force, where someone is concerned in particular, bullying comes into play.
And do we advise the schools that they need to so classify these incidents as bullying?
Most certainly. The region has a safety and security coordinator who normally speaks with the deans of discipline, in particular, to tell them how to train them, advise them how to address these reports.
And this incident that has really occupied the public's attention since the weekend, was this incident reported to you?
All right, so the Jamaica College learned of the incident on the weekend, and we too from the ministry, the safety and security coordinator in the region also learned of the incident on the weekend. So schools are normally asked to report an incident within the first 4 hours once it is practical and they are able to do so, because we deem these as matters of emergency. And so the safety and security coordinator of the region was well aware of this incident and has been in touch with the Dean of Discipline of the institution about the matter.
So JC advised you at the weekend?
On the weekend. So the Safety and Security Coordinator and the Dean had that conversation.
So once JC became aware of the video, they advised you at the weekend about this incident?
Yes, we knew about it from the weekend.
No, I hear you that you knew it. I'm trying to find out if JC has formally reported it to you as yet.
No, so what I'm saying is that the Dean of Discipline of the institution was in dialogue with the region's Safety and Security Coordinator. That Safety and Security Coordinator would be the ministry's representative who normally interacts with the Dean of Discipline.
Understood. So, and based on your understanding, Mr. Brown, JC just got wind of this incident. It's not that the video now being made public, which is why they are now admitting to it. They are just coming into this information.
Tyrone, if I can intervene here.
All right, please go ahead.
Provide some context and texture. What the principal conveyed to us, because as you may be apprised, I led a team from the ministry to Jamaica College this morning. We had dialogue with the principal. What was conveyed to us is that they became aware of this development on Saturday, at which point they set about identifying the students involved and would have gone further to make contact with the parents, so much so that this morning when we went there were parents there in addition to the boys, some of the boys in question, even while they're seeking to identify some of the others who were in this space, which I gather is a bathroom.
Well, my producer just handed me a statement from JC under the signature of Lance Hilton, chairman of the school, and it reads, on Saturday, April 18, 2026, at approximately 8 p.m., the Jamaica College management became aware of a video depicting a deeply disturbing incident involving a number of our students. The school regards the behavior depicted as reprehensible and wholly unacceptable, and we condemn it in the strongest possible terms. Investigations began immediately in line with our established protocols, and by Sunday midday, we had identified the boys, pictured and secured an initial, though unverified, impression of what had transpired. The school statement continues. The primary persons involved were interviewed today, Monday, April 20, 2026, in the presence of their parents, and signed statements secured. Based on these interviews and signed statements, the facts as currently understood are as follows. The student seen in the video being physically assaulted admitted in writing and before his mother that about 2 weeks ago he took certain items that did not belong to him from a group of boys with whom he was socializing. These included a jacket, a pair of glasses, and a sum of money. When initially questioned about the missing items, he denied any involvement before later acknowledging his actions and committing to return the items in question.
This is the old incident.
He returned a portion of the money, and some of the items would fail to make full restitution and missed several agreed deadlines to do so. The aggrieved student subsequently confronted him on school grounds and compelled him into a bathroom to demand the outstanding balance. The physical altercation captured in the video occurred at that point. It wasn't a physical altercation, JC. No, the boy being beaten was not fighting back. So I'm not so certain that I would call this an altercation. All students involved will now appear before Jamaica College's disciplinary committee.
No, it's other one of them are talk about. But
because the first one never asked no jacket. The first one did just money.
So this kind of dance about jacket. So this, but me not understand the letter there. So are the little boy fault?
Yeah.
Appropriate action in accordance with the school's established procedures. Jamaica College remains fully and unequivocally committed to the safety and well-being of every student in our care, to fair and thorough investigation of all incidents, and to the upholding of due process, accountability, and justice. We're out of time, but let me get you both gentlemen to react to that. Beginning with you, Senator. This sounds like JC might be blaming the victim here.
Well, what I glean from this particular statement, Tyrone, is that JC is apprising the public of the facts as they have been able to establish it today, and they have signaled quite appropriately that consequent on what they have been able to determine, they will proceed with the appropriate disciplinary procedures. And
you consider this to be an altercation, Minister?
Well, put it this way, you know I'm a wordsmith, so those are not words that I would have used. And I'd like you, therefore, I find that that word was not the most appropriate of descriptors, because as you said, and I have observed early in this conversation myself, that the young man in question was not waging much of a challenge or a defense. He was very submissive, quite frankly, which itself conjures up certain things in people's minds.
And JC should know that this doesn't make what we saw in the video any better. The fact that the young man admitted to stealing anything. Yes, it doesn't lessen the impact of what we saw in that video of that young man being abused. Clearly, that can't be the response.
But in fairness, Tyrone, I don't think the school was seeking to introduce that as a mitigating consideration in any way. It's just a part of the pertinent facts that they have been able to establish, and I too would have been privy to some of those disclosures as I interface with the stakeholders there.
I'm not appreciating the tone and tenor of this, though. We give you the final word, Otis Brown. We're out of time. What do we need to do to reduce the incidence of bullying in schools?
But the teacher then be the bully again.
We've lost Otis Brown.
When they go to school, the teacher was the
Thank
bully.
you very much,
Sorry,
sir.
go ahead,
And
Mr.
I just want to support the response given by Senator Morgan. But as it concerns what are we going to do or what do we do to prevent bullying, the Ministry of Education uses a holistic approach in addressing matters of this nature. So we look at both interventive and we look at preventive, In the case of what has transpired at the institution, we have to be interventive now in providing the necessary sort of support for the children who are involved. And I want to say, when we speak about children involved, we're going to focus heavily on the victim. But I want to say also, those who are responsible for doing the wrong, they too need to be provided with support.
Yes,
in as much
I would support them with 2 left and 2 right.
Be taken against them for the wrong thing or wrong things that they have done, seen in the video.
A quick yes or no for both of you, gentlemen. Should these students be expelled? Mr. Brown?
I want to say that I'm not in a position to say if a child is supposed to be expelled. A matter of this nature should be addressed by the Board of Management of the institution.
Well, all right.
It is the findings of the Board of Management that will help them to determine the next steps in terms of the actions that they will take against a child or children.
We have to leave it there. We have to leave it there, Mr. Brown. We're out of time. We've gone way over time. Thank you so much, Otis Brown, Director of Regional Education, sir.
All right, guys. Now, Joshua, you're there. Joshua, I'm going to restart in the coming up on a restriction and just get one next one in again.
Okay.
So, guys,
and I restart right away.
Desires will fade, and your dreams will wither. Your spirit will falter, leaving you weary and defeated on the ground. Remember, I never wish for you to drift away from me, nor even contemplate it. And if such thoughts arise, cast them aside immediately. I'm speaking to you through these words, reaching out in this moment. It's no coincidence that you hear my voice. I will continue to speak to you, because my deepest desire is for your happiness. I'm not speaking of those transient emotions that briefly surge and then fade. Instead, I refer to those wise choices that solidify your resolve and support your journey. Choose happiness, knowing that my Holy Spirit resides within you, freeing you from the shackles of fear. You are fortified with such strength that you remain unprovoked by others, responding with kindness to those who confront you. You extend grace even to your adversaries, for I'm the judge who administers both punishment and blessing. I bless the repentant and patiently await those who stray into error. Cast aside thoughts of hatred or revenge. I will shield you from those who seek to harm or insult you, and I will silence deceitful tongues. Believe in my words. When aggressors approach to stir conflict, embrace peace instead of agitation. Maintain your calm, reject violence, and don't rush to judgment or harbor resentment. If rumors reach you, seek the truth before believing accusations, even if they come from close friends. Resist the provocations of your true enemy, who aims to sow doubt and alienate you from the good-hearted. Avoid harboring negative thoughts about others. Offer the same chance for redemption that you would seek for yourself. Do not let hatred, jealousy, or bitterness dwell in your heart. I desire your soul to remain unblemished and pure, your faith untouched by malevolence. Live peacefully free from the mental snares that seek to ensnare you. Focus on purity, goodness, kindness, and sincerity. Always search for the positive traits in others and aspire to reach a higher spiritual echelon. Embrace transformation. Avoid letting hatred, disparagement, and prejudice darken your heart. For words spoken against others also wound me. Surrender your emotions to me. Do not conceal them. Explore every facet of your being and bring forth the struggles and frailties overwhelming you. I aim to demonstrate my power through you, enabling your prayers to work miracles, your hands to bring hope to the despairing, and your eyes to witness my healing. But most importantly, when you dedicate a moment of your day to me, I will inscribe these 2 words upon your heart. I love you. Today, you will prevail. No obstacle, conflict, illness, or adversary can hinder you. Sorrow and discouragement will dissipate, vanquished by my transformative presence in your life.